Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th. Welcome to another Saturday of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes on Today at Keeneland. We appreciate you joining us once again. And another Grade 1 Saturday, the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. It is the 41st running of this storied race for 3-year-old fillies. Last year we saw Godolphin with a European import in Maj come for Saeed bin Saror and put on a dazzling display before putting together a very, very strong run in the Fandle Breeders' Cup Mile just a few weeks later at Santa Anita. And we've got more international flavor today, led by the likes of Soprano, who is coming in for George Bowie, and Billy the Kid, Billy Lochnan.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. I mean, her European form has been very, very strong, most recently finishing third in a group run at Leopardstown. We also have another European import here in Kendala to the outside, and I would say, looking at her recent form, she did beat a filly by the name of Manushka, who we did see come back here and just this week for Brendan Walsh, and she dominated the field she faced. I think it was allowance field.
It was an allowance field. We'll get into that in just a few moments, but a reminder of what else is going on today. How about the Toyota Super High Five? This thing continues to grow as it hasn't been hit in, 2 days? So now over $19,900 carries from yesterday into the Toyota Super High Five for race number 10. So we'll keep that in mind, and that's all we always do, and Kurt Becker will do as well. We'll remind you of that Toyota Super High Five carryover later on this afternoon in race number 10. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing. We'll start with race number 5. Jose D'Angelo and Irad Ortiz Jr. coming together with Urban Legend. Sat right off the pace, pounced. Race was over. Nobody came running in this race that we thought was going to be very wide open, and then in the end, it's the favorite who wins.
The horse was bet like he couldn't lose as well. It took early money and remained going off as the favorite. Raining Flowers, this race got really interesting. One on the inside, saved all the ground. Raining Flowers under Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez had to go a little bit wide, and he really had to dig deep to lift this filly up and get her home in the end. And then race number 8 was another exciting one.
A 22-1 upset with all the money going on the Brad Cox first, who ends up finishing third. It's David of Athens, and before you start shouting at me, he's named after a town named Athens, Kentucky. Gabby Gaudet.
Versailles, Versailles, Athens, all the same.
Be careful.
Looking at this, though, this is another look at the feature race, and this is Highway Robber and the view, the perspective of Tyler Gaffleone. This was a textbook ride as well. Even Brian Lynch giving a lot of credit to Tyler Gaffleone after the race and just saying that it was a perfectly timed move. He did get a fast pace to close into, but this is a very nice horse, and Brian also saying that, a race like the Pegasus World Cup Turf could be on the radar in the next couple of months.
Take a look at the latest of the jockey and trainer standings. Tyler Gaffleone, he's 5 in front of Luis Saez, 6 in front of Jose Ortiz, Flavian Pratt with 5, Johnny Velasquez with 3. How about Brendan Walsh and the moves he's made over the course of this week? He's now in a tie with 6 wins with Brad Cox. Rudy Rosset 2 off the pace, Cherie DeVoe and Joe Sharp, they are 3 off the leaders in Brad Cox and Brendan Walsh. So the barns that you've got to take close attention to are ones that you typically would hear. It's not as though Brendan has come out of nowhere to pick up 6 wins this meet here at Keeneland.
Yeah. And again, all it takes is one day. Look at Tyler. Tyler won 4 races yesterday, and that's what created this huge gap between he and Luis Saez.
Let's go to WKYT for the latest on the Saturday weather.
Your Keeneland forecast is shaping up to be another beautiful day cheering on at the races. Now be ready for a little bit more cloud cover as we look towards parts of the afternoon, but those temperatures are looking great. Talk about a wonderful day. Lots of sunshine to start, a little bit more cloud cover as you approach those final posts in parts of your later evening dinner time hours. But those temperatures, like I said, not too bad and in the 70s all day long. Be ready for a switch up by the time we're looking towards races next week. So enjoy your Keeneland Saturday and enjoy the races.
Another beautiful day, bottom line.
Next week, we're going to need the jackets.
It's going to get chilly?
Yes.
All right.
It's going to be like a high of 60, 62.
Yeah, head over to the Keeneland gift shop today and get yourself ready for next week.
Yeah.
Before the crowd rushes in there and
maybe
trying to get some of the top class opportunities you've got as far as the jackets there. Fast and firm today. Fast and firm conditions presented by John Deere here at Keeneland Racecourse. On the turf course, the rail set at 10 feet. So that was utilized yesterday. It will remain in that same position here this afternoon. Let's take a look at our full card selections. These available each and every race day. You can even look ahead on the race days that we've put into the Keeneland Race Day app. Download it right now on your smart device, and we agree in the first race, as well as the third, as well as the fourth.
Yeah, we line up a couple of times today. What about the feature? Race number 8? No, we do not agree. But I obviously think that Soprano is the horse to beat in there. Is that who you picked? Yeah, the 5.
Soprano, yep.
Yeah, it's a really competitive card. Look, even yesterday when we were talking about the Turf Pick 3, I thought it was going to pay really well, and I thought it was going to create some nice prices, but it chalked out. I still see the same today. I think it's going to be a challenging sequence. I mean, I guess I could see maybe Soprano winning, Brendan Walsh in the last winning as maybe the favorite, but I don't know. I still think it's a tricky sequence, and at least it's fun to talk about.
Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook. Give us a follow on Instagram as well at Keeneland FanDuel TV. Give them a follow on X and download the FanDuel TV Plus app right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, or when you get home. For those of you that are on course right now with us here at Keeneland, because that's your avenue to not only catch race day coverage on FanDuel TV, but also today at Keeneland. There's a dedicated spot in order to watch today at Keeneland for those of you wanting to watch this phenomenal program, soon to be award-winning program.
That would be awesome. I've never won an award.
You haven't?
Have you?
I've got an Emmy back home.
Is that
no joke?
No, seriously?
Yeah.
Oh,
from like 10 years ago.
Okay, we're going to have to talk about that after the show. But.
Let's take a look at the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana, and here's that field of 10. She feels pretty installed as the morning line favorite at odds of 5-2. She's been very good over the course of her career. She won the Grade 1 at Talma in start 2 of her career. They ran her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf. She was the favorite that day, beaten only a half of a length. Adding blinkers this afternoon is Cherie DeVoe, and reading the quotes on why they're doing this, they feel like she runs to the competition next to her, and they want her to run through the race. So that's why they're adding the blinkers today. And Cherie DeVoe, when adding blinkers, not the highest percentage, it's not something she does a lot, just 8% success rate as of late with adding blinkers for the first time. But I'm going to Soprano, the number 5 horse for George Bowie and Highclere Thoroughbred Racing and Billy Lochnan. This is a filly by Sarge Spangled Banner, who, as you mentioned before, she ran in the Group 1 Matron Stakes, the Justify Matron Stakes at Leopardstown in the middle of September, and she ends up finishing third, only beaten a length and a half to a filly by the name of Fallen Angel, as well as Porta Fortuna. The filly that wins this race is just simply on a different level as far as the filly division and even older filly division, because she beats older horses here today. Porta Fortuna's won through 3 Group 1 races this year. She won a Group 1 at Royal Ascot. Obviously, she won at Leopardstown. She's well-traveled. We expect to see her at the Breeders' Cup. So Soprano, she won at Royal Ascot as well. She beat a field of 29 other horses in the Sandringham Stakes, with Billy Lochnan in the saddle carrying 131 pounds. Mm-hmm. She carries 121 today. She's got a lot of talent. And also going 3 starts back at her other race at Ascot in late July, Friendly Soul, the filly that won that race, would win the Group 1 Prix de l'Opera. So you cannot question the level of competition that she has kept over the course of her 3-year-old season.
What price would Porta Fortuna? I mean, I know this is a 3-year-old race,
20.
but
she would be 1 to 20.
Yeah, that's the perspective I think you have to keep on the form that she brings here.
Underneath, I go to She Feels Pretty. She's the best American hopeful, in my opinion. We'll see if the blinkers help her. And then the number 10 horse, Candala, coming in from France. You mentioned a filly that was beaten by Manushka in a Group 3 at Longchamp going back to the springtime of this year. She makes a lot of sense, too, coming here to get some quick ground. Daughter of Frankel, who was at his best when running on quick ground. But I'm going with Soprano and really looking forward to seeing Billy Lochnan. He's 18 years old, champion jockey from last year. He picked up 2 wins at Royal Ascot this year, 1 with this filly. He also won the Coventry with Rashabar at odds of 80-1. Yeah. He is really, really good, and we're really fortunate to have him here today at Keeneland.
No, I'm excited. Hopefully we can have an opportunity to have a chat with him as well. But, look, I'm not heavily against this horse, Soprano. I think she is by far the horse to beat. But Chad has a way of being sneaky in these races. Even when he looks like he's sending horses that might not have that top form, sometimes they find it here.
He's won the race 5 times.
He's won the race 5 times. So, I mean, obviously I'm not discovering anything new here. But Oversubscribed, I thought, was a really interesting horse in here who I think will benefit from stretching out to 1 1/8 today. She's down on the inside in this race last time out at Saratoga. This was actually in the Grade 3 Lake George, and she lost to a filly by the name Pounce. But I think it was because of the trip. Look, she's trying to go, and she did have a good trip prior to this, but this is the unfortunate thing that can happen when you are a closer and you save ground in the turf. Sometimes you kind of stutter step a little bit, and I saw that in the very beginning of the stretch, and then she came with her closing kick. I thought her race 2 back in the Wild Applause was very good. She came with this wicked closing run. The way she runs makes me think that she's going to benefit from added distance as 1 1/8 today, and she gets Irad Ortiz Jr. She comes in off that freshening for Chad. She might not be good enough today, but I do think that this is a very talented 3-year-old filly, judging by how she beat her foes 2 starts back. I'm just hoping that we get her on the come up at a better price.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the feature.
This is the 40th anniversary of the race named for Queen Elizabeth II and her visit to Keeneland. And there are 2 interesting European shippers for this race. So last weekend, we caught up to NBC's Nick Luck to get an assessment on the Euros.
Kandala's very interesting. She hasn't run very often. She's open to quite a bit of improvement. She is coming back in distance. Now, you don't normally associate horses with Aga Khan breeding wanting to cut back in distance, but her best half sibling excelled at 1 mile and not ever any further. So that might be something. In addition, the form that she showed, which didn't really look anything special last time, has been significantly boosted by Friendly Soul going on to win a Group 2 and then winning a Group 1 this weekend. The Prix de l'Opera quite easily, and she'll be one of the favourites for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. So the form's had a boost, and she's interesting, and her stable have done great this season. Soprano has been much busier. She's very tough. She's graduated through that good handicap at Royal Ascot to be a genuine stakes class filly. Produced a career best effort last time. Whether she stays the distance is a moot point, but it's certainly worth a try. And the one thing her trainer George Bowie can do is keep improving fillies. When you think they're exposed and you think they've had enough, they just keep getting a little bit better and better. So again, I say they're 2 legitimate contenders, one stepping up in trip, one coming down in distance, but they'll each need a career best to win.
Chad Brown has 5 wins in this race, and that makes him the leading trainer in the QE2. Johnny Velasquez, has ridden 5 winners. Both have chances to add to those totals in this race.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Lucky. We've got to get moving. Race number 2 is where we'll go first here in our key races. And race number 2, a maiden special weight event for 2-year-olds. They'll be going on the turf course, which is firm. Scratch the 13 Sound Cause, so a field of 12. And Governing Party, the number 8 horse, 3-1 on the morning line for trainer Chad Brown, Constitution Colt, who showed some improvement moving over to the grass at Kentucky Downs after debuting in an off-the-turf event at Saratoga. I'll end up with the number 10 horse, Executive. That is a colt by Constitution that Pin Oak Stud paid $900,000 for going back to the 2023 September sale. This is a colt that put together a strong run late in his run at Saratoga. We're going to not have an opportunity to take a look at that, but bottom line is we'll get a chance to see this colt in the sales ring from last year. He made a nice move after not breaking well, and he was beaten by a horse named Early Adopter who ended up finishing 3rd in the Pilgrim Stakes. So I'll lean on Executive in race number 2. The number 1 horse, Paraclete, for Graham Motion, showed improvement moving over to the grass in his most recent start, so watch out for that colt by Volatile. And then Lawless Ways, I'm intrigued by this pedigree. Set up without parole. He was a Royal Ascot winner, Group 1 winner for the Gunthers. This one bred by the Gunthers out of a Scat Daddy first dam. The turf pedigree's there. We'll see how he fares first time out for Cherie DeVoe. So 10-1-5 in race number 2 for me.
I went to the one Paraclete as well for trainer Graham Motion. I know this horse lost last time out, but it's been a productive race. There have been next out winners in that event, and I like the fact that he has speed with an inside draw, and he gets Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. 1-10-8 for me.
Race number 9 is where you're going to take us to start the late daily double. And we'll take a look at the entries for race number 9, as this will be an allowance optional claiming event. First wire finish at a mile and a 16th. Scratch the 1, 3, 4, 8. Those are the 4 scratches out of here. I didn't get a text message from Kurt Becker on the pronunciation of the 11, so I'm not even going to try it. He's the 11. He's Japanese bred. He's by California Chrome, bred by Perry Martin.
Como Rabino.
Amoid? Okay.
Como Rabino Amoid. Amoidi?
Do you like him?
I did go against him, but I think he is probably a horse to use in the pick 5, or whatever picks you're deciding to play. I think you should use him. Pick him. Just pick him. Use him. Because some of the speed scratched in here, but I still like the 6 Macman as my top selection because, again, a mile and a 16th, first wire finish. You want a horse to be forwardly placed. And with some of these scratches, I don't see there being a ton of pace in here. This horse stepped up in a big way last time out. First time for Matt Shire, stretching out to a mile and an 1/8. He set the pace from an outside post position. He was post number 10 of 12 that day. He cleared the field somehow and found himself forwardly placed. And this was a brutal defeat. This horse did all of the dirty work on the front end, only to lose by a neck at 55-1. He's going to be a price today, I don't think not as high as 12-1 because of some of the scratches, but he's trying to other than allowance company today. I think he proved his legitimacy last time out, and he should be again able to have a forward trip. I really think he's the pace of the race. Now the 11, Corambino Amode, sure. I'm talking to myself
now. It's named after a city in Kentucky.
Okay. That's a good one. Thank you for making me laugh. His form's good. He comes out of a mile and an 1/8 race at Charlestown, though, in the Charlestown Classic. We'll see. I do wonder if he's going to be able to run with my top selection, if he's going to be faster than him, but I do think the pace comes from those 2 horses.
I go to Baton Rouge. I think that he can be part of the pace, and the first wire helps him for Chris Hartman. And have we seen Chris Hartman visit the winner's circle this meet yet at Keeneland?
I don't think so, but he's had limited runners. He usually really points for the Churchill meets.
He's due. Yeah. He's due, though. I'm going to go to Baton Rouge with that first wire finish, the speed that he has shown.
Rouge.
If we know how to pronounce that one. Baton
Rouge.
Let's move on to where we headed next. We're going to the clock report. You ready for the clock report?
Oh, am I?
Coastal Invasion, the number 5 horse in race number 3. On the 6th of October, so 6 days ago, 47-3. This is a $700,000 daughter of Omaha Beach, sitting on a swift 4-furlong move for trainer Brad Cox in preparation for her first start of 2024. The Bay will get Lasix for her sophomore debut for Brad Cox, who wins at a high percentage with horses returning to races off of long layoffs. Price should be square. She's 6-1 on the morning line in race number 3, Coastal Invasion. And then in race number 7, Miss Pharaoh is 10-1 on the morning line. This is a filly that worked in 59-3, daughter of American Pharaoh, as you may well guess from her name. That half-mile drill on the 26th of September was in 46-3. So she's put together some strong workouts for Phil Simms. She galloped out in that 46-3 workout in 59-4, and we'll see how she fares here today. Outfit is capable of winning with a first-time starter, and she cost six figures. What are you pointing at? You're pointing at something.
I'm pointing at her because she is my best angle of the day, so we will show you this work later when I get to the best angle of the day, so something to look forward to.
Right now, if I can keep track of this rundown, we're going to the pick 4 and the pick 3.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
You kick us off with the pick 4. We had some nice prices in the sequence, not necessarily in the turf races, but yesterday with the 22-1 shot for Brendan.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Upsetting that odds-on favorite who ran well on debut. In race number 7, 3, 4, and 6. Mo picks, please. This is one of my crazy ideas. Truck Peary, he brings this horse from California. This horse had been training at Pleasanton in Northern California, comes to Kentucky, over at the Thoroughbred Training Center, has been worked a couple of bullets. So consider the 3 Mo picks, please, in your sequences here in the latter half of the card. That's the 3, the 4, Taverna for Brendan Walsh. Can't leave out Brendan Walsh. And then Brad Cox, the first-time starter keepsake for Windstar Farm, Sienna Farm. Philly's a full sister to a first-out winner in Pastor T, who was a 2-year-old winner for Bob Baffert last summer at Del Mar. Race number 8, just the 3 and the 5. I'm going to go with Soprano and the number 3 horse, She Feels Pretty. So 3 and 5 in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Race number 9, using my top 3 selections, the 5, 10, and 11 in that mile and a 16th race. I don't think you can ignore Parchment Party being undefeated. His running style may not be conducive to going a mile and a 16th here at Keeneland, but still, he is a very good colt that the Bernhardts paid over $400,000 for last year, or 2 years ago now, as he sits as a 3-year-old. And then in the nightcap, I'm looking for some coverage in the 10th and final. I'll go 5 deep in the final race today, 1, 4, 6, 7, and 12. As you can see, Owen Hardy's doing good. The number 4 horse, Cold Battle, for Lonnie Briley, comes out of $1 million race.
Single.
Who was the single?
You left out my single.
I can't keep track of your
5.
picks. The 5.
Brendan.
Then add the 5 there.
Brendan and Tyler.
$. Brendan and Tyler for Qatar Racing.
Throw that horse in. You can afford it.
You got the pick 3 duties.
All right.
Turf pick 3.
Turf pick 3, $3 base wager. Race 5 kicks it off. Races 5, 8, and 10, as you can see. And race number 5, I have plenty of coverage here. The 1, 5, 9, 10, and the 12. My top pick is the number 10, Authentic Style. Trainer Rudy Brisset getting to the turf for the first time and getting a little bit more distance. I think she'll like that. The number 5, Blue Chair Bay, a second-time starter for Brad Cox. I thought kind of looked a little bit lost first time out at Kentucky Downs, but comes to Keeneland today. You can see the rest of the horses. In the 8th race, in the QE2, I did go to I used 4 horses. The 3, She Feels Pretty. The 4, Waves of Mischief. The 5, Soprano. And then also the 6, Oversubscribed. I left out the 10, Candala. I don't know that her form is there yet, and she turns back to this 1 1/8 distance. To me, she looks like one that does a little bit better going further. And then when we get to the nightcap, it's the 5, Blue Coast for me. This filly, she ran really well. Colt, I should say, ran really well against the maiden auction company first time out, as they only paid $45,000 for her at the Keeneland September sale. And then last time out, I don't think the pace materialized that she really needed. And she also lost to Tistastic, who came back to win. It's been a very productive race. So I am all in, all chips in on Tyler G, Brendan Walsh, and Blue Coast in the finale.
Sales Grad Spotlight promised you that we would take a look at the filly or Constitution runner Colt, rather. We're confusing our sexes multiple times here in this show on Today at Keeneland. This Constitution Colt, by the name of Executive, sold for $900,000. Hip number 1777, just prior to the midway point of the September sale. And this is a colt by Constitution out of a Curlin first dam from the family of Miss Macy Sue, one of the most productive broodmares that we've had. Third dam, Miss Macy Sue, that's the mother of Liam's Map, and not this time. So a big family there. I think big upside with that colt. Hip 1777, $900,000 purchase for Pin Oak, now known as Executive, running in race number 2. Race number 9 is where I will head for my best angle of the day, and this a second-level allowance race going 1 mile and a 16th, and like I said, Baton Rouge benefits from the short stretch, so that is the idea here, as we will take you back to his run on the 24th of August to show you what he was able to do on this afternoon, and he was able to go wire to wire, going 1 mile and an 1/8, going a pretty quick pace as well. He was the heavy favorite that day. He did not run poorly against tougher company, which he'll face again today at 1 mile and an 1/8 at Churchill Downs. So I'll go to Baton Rouge here this afternoon, and I'm going to play a daily double. I'm going to use a pair of horses in this double and just going straight up. Going to use Baton Rouge in the 9th, and in race number 8, the Queen Elizabeth II, Grade 1, give me Soprano.
I like that double.
$20 ticket.
I like that. It's a good approach. You really like Soprano? You like that horse? Perfect.
Let's go.
I am going to take us to the 7th race, as previously mentioned. The number 9, Miss Pharaoh, is going to be the top selection. I mean, it's hard to pass her on the past performances because of the bullets that she has been clocking here at Keeneland. So we'll show you this workout on the 4th of October. This is 59-3 going 5. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. This is
48-4.
48-4 on the 17th of September. I'm sorry, guys. So this is 48-4 going the half mile, 4 furlongs. But look how she's traveling. I mean, she looks like her speed comes very easily to her. Sorry, I looked at a couple of the workouts, but all of them are the same. She's very fast, but she doesn't look like she's going that fast.
Which is good.
It's good. And she just travels really fluidly over the racetrack. So sometimes you see these bullet workouts and they're really asked to do it. And also sometimes they stop kind of abruptly. They don't have a strong workout after posting those fast fractions in their workouts. That's not the case with her. I think she's a legitimate filly. Phil Simms hasn't had an opportunity recently with many 2-year-olds when you're looking at the sample size of, say, the first-time starters coming out of the Brad Cox barn or so on and so forth. But he can win with 2-year-old first-time starters. Leave no doubt with that. So the 9, Miss Pharaoh, top selection for me. And then Keepsake. She also looks like she's been clocking some impressive workouts at Filly by Into Mischief, Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt. I will box them in an exacta.
Those are our best angles. Here's Tom Leach's long shot on this Saturday.
For the long shot play on this card, we go to race 9, and I started out being against 2 of the top choices, either because of running style or post position. So I found my way to Elusive Target at 15-1 out of the 2-hole. Like that post position, this horse was claimed by Mike Maker for $80,000, so that's a steep price to pay. You want to get a quick return. This horse has been first or second in 4 of the last 5 dirt starts. He gets on dirt, good post here. Elusive Target, the long shot play for race 9.
Good luck to Tom. I think that today's motivational quote, we get motivational quotes every day, is very fitting after this show. We cannot direct the wind, but we can adjust the sails. We need to adjust the sails. We're kind of all over the place there for the last 30 minutes.
I feel that in my bones today. I do. I'm adjusting my sail right now. It starts now.
Start now. What's a sailing term? You seem like you were from Maryland. You are from Maryland. You had to go sailing at some point in time, right?
I have never been on a sailboat.
Never?
No, I've been on the catamaran. I've never been on a sailboat. I
went sailing a couple of years ago in Lake Michigan up in Chicago.
Aren't you fancy?
It was a trip. No, it wasn't fancy. I went with one of my best friends. It was a great time. So, cannot direct the wind, adjust the sails. We'll be doing that here soon. Enjoy Saturday. It's Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Day presented by Dixiana. Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The wandering son returns. The older brother, who's been away from the family for over 1,000 days, is back. A little bolder, more sophisticated, stronger yet leaner. The all-new Land Cruiser resumes its place alongside the new, more dynamic Tacoma, the powerful Tundra, the legendary 4Runner, and the full-size adventuring Sequoia to reunite Toyota's 5 brothers. The family that plays together stays together. Toyota, let's go places.
It's in the post, has to lead by a leg. It's in the post to win it.
Keeneland welcomes Acousticats to the paddock. The Acousticats are a select a cappella ensemble of 12 voices from the University of Kentucky Men's Chorus. They perform at numerous university and community functions, as well as every men's chorus concert. Specializing in pop a cappella, they have recorded 2 albums and are one of the university's most visible ensembles. Today, the Acousticats are pleased to sing our state song as well as the national anthem, and joining them are the University of Kentucky ROTC to present the colors. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Oh, weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home. Far away,
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled
Keeneland is proud to recognize Tim Whalen, Keeneland bedologist, as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Tim. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is fast, the turf is firm, and the rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the changes. Race 1 starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also begins the early pick 5. No carryover in that first race. Scratch the 9, Sparkle of Hope. Scratch number 9, Sparkle of Hope. Second race starts the early pick 4. A reminder, the rail is at 10 feet, contrary to the program. In that second race, take out the also eligible number 13, did not draw into the race. Third race, scratch number 3, Je suis rapide, and scratch the 6, Sidorsky. That's in the third race. Scratch number 3, Je suis rapide, and scratch the 6, Sidorsky. Fourth race, scratch the 7, Solidify, scratch the 11, Print Rack. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 7, Solidify, and scratch 11, Print Rack. Please note, contrary to the program, the 1 Eddie M is a gelding. Number 1 Eddie M is a gelding. Race 5 starts the pick 6, no carryover. Also starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Again, the rail at 10 feet on the turf course. Take out the also eligible 13, Seattle Road. Did not draw into the race. Sixth race will start the late pick 5, no carryover. Scratch number 8, Gold Luck. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 8, Gold Luck. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Contemplate. Scratch the 7, Scribble. And scratch the 8, Mezcal Mule. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 2, Contemplate. Scratch the 7, Scribble. Scratch number 8, Mezcal Mule. Please note, number 13, Free Passage, draws into the race. 13, Free Passage, draws into the race, jockey as programmed. Featured 8th race, 41st running, Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 8. 9th race. Scratch the 1, Bourbon Resolve. Scratch number 3, Seeking Unity. Scratch the 4, King Kumbale. And scratch the 8, River in Egypt. That's in the 9th race. Scratch number 1, Bourbon Resolve. Scratch number 3, Seeking Unity. Scratch the 4, King Kumbale. And scratch number 8, River in Egypt. Jockey change on the 7, Ben Franklin. The jockey is Julien Leperoux. That's the 7, Ben Franklin. The jockey, Julien Leperoux. Number 13, Creative Minister, draws into the race. Brian Hernandez Jr. rides as programmed on number 13. 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $19,913. Again, rail at 10 feet on the turf course. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16, did not draw into the race. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to another Saturday of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse as we get set for 10 more races and the featured event, the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup. And this race presented by Dixiana and another wonderful group of 3-year-old fillies looking for a Grade 1 in October of their sophomore season.
This is always one of my favorite races of the fall meet, just because you get a little bit of European influence in this race and also get some of the top quality fillies in the States as well. And I think that that's a perfect example of this year's rendition as well.
Soprano invades from Europe for George Bowie and Highclere Racing. And Billy Lochnan, he is known as Billy the Kid because he is a kid. He's only 18 years old, Gabby, and the way that folks talk about him in European racing, they have compared him to some of the greats with what he's done in a very short amount of time. So really looking forward to seeing Billy Lochnan here in Kentucky at Keeneland Racecourse. And this could be his first Grouper Grade 1 victory.
I did not know that. So lots of pressure for him coming here to stateside. Kendala is another European shipper as well, and she actually beat the likes of Minushka, who we saw run earlier this week for trainer Brendan Walsh. I would say that definitely steps her up a notch.
She feels pretty, arguably headlines the local hopes here in the United States as far as the U.S.-based contingent. Let's not forget about Buku. She does very well here at Keeneland. It's another fantastic Grade 1, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana Farm. We look forward to it, and another beautiful day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are getting saddled in the paddock for today's opener. We are 18 minutes away, and this race does kick off that early pick 5 sequence. It's a $20,000 claiming event, 6 furlongs on the fast main track. I thought this was a very hard race to get through, but ultimately I did land on the number 8, Miss Jeopardy, who is taking money. She's 2-1 right now, 8-1 on the morning line. Scott and I both align when it comes to this top selection. She's been in good form, and I know some people might question, the field that she faced last time out, but I think her back form legitimizes her chances in this race. She did face $40,000 claimers at Churchill Downs 2 starts back. She finished a good second in that event. Even 3 starts back when she went against the non-winners of 2 Lifetime Company, a race in which she won. That form stacks up against this field today. She is a filly that I think can adapt in terms of the pace scenario. When there's a fast pace in front of her, she can close to win, as she showed when she won at Churchill, but she can also sit a closer trip, even in a fast pace, as she showed last time out. So I do like that she's adaptable. She does come into this race with solid form, and I think she's got a versatile running style as well. The number 6, Extra Extraordinary for Eric Foster, did face $30,000 claimers last time out. This horse stepped up big time, first off the claim. For the new connections. Claimed this horse for $16,000, stepped up to $30,000, and now I think steps back down to reasonable company. I also don't know that she loved the track that day. It was sloppy and sealed. The only other times we've seen her on that type of surface, she didn't handle it as well. So I like some of the changes that this filly gets, and she'll be a big price to maybe throw into the exacta. And then finally, the number 5, Miss Saley, is next. She does take the biggest class relief. We haven't seen her since the beginning of June, which is obviously a concern that we haven't seen her. She drops in class off of that little bit of a layoff, but look, if she runs back to the figures that she has been running down in South Florida, that's an obvious reason to like a horse like this. She gets Irad Ortiz Jr., and she's sent up by Jose D'Angelo, who has sent up a couple of horses between Keeneland and Churchill, and he's done well with what he has sent up here. So Miss Saley, I think, certainly fits on the drop in class with Irad Ortiz Jr. 9-2 right now, but public landing on the number 8, Miss Jeopardy, as do I and Scott Hazelton, as we are 16 minutes out from today's opener.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. $20,000 the claiming price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 5. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 9, Sparkle of Hope. Number 9 is scratched. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 8 minutes. Looking ahead to Keeneland's second race. In race 2, overweight, number 2, Peanut Butter Whiskey, the jockey 2 pounds over. That's Keeneland's second race, number 2, Peanut Butter Whiskey, the jockey 2 pounds over. Change of equipment for the 11, the Hidden Chamber, blinkers off. That's the second race, number 11, the Hidden Chamber, blinkers off today. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Ka-chow moves into line. Miss Jeopardy comes forward. Very Wealthy and Karma Gia. Miss Saley with Motown Mika, the last one. Coming forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Motown Mika quick into stride from the far outside. Here comes Very Wealthy up from between horses. Ka-chow is there. And now Gridlock kicks in down to the inside. Miss Saley up close, 5 in a line to contest that early pace. The break of nearly 5 lengths back to Extra Extraordinary in 6th. Miss Jeopardy 7th on her outside. Miss Easy is 8th against the rail as they head onto the far turn. And then further back, Karma Gia. Opening quarter went to 22.14 seconds. Back up front, Gridlock has the lead. Miss Saley is second to the far outside, and Very Wealthy is third in between that pair. Motown Mika fourth. She's 5 lengths off the lead, has to go toward the far outside. Miss Jeopardy is still in 5th, 8 lengths off the lead, quarter mile to go. Gridlock chased by Miss Saley, who's in second, 1.5 lengths off the leader. Gridlock, Miss Saley, and now Motown Mika third, still 3 lengths away, 2 lengths away. Gridlock is still the leader in the final furlong, has it by 2 at this point. And then Motown Mika's second, Miss Easy, runs late third on the far outside. Gridlock, Miss Easy runs on. Gridlock, Miss Easy. Gridlock, Miss Easy wins it. Gridlock was home second. Motown Mika was third. And Miss Saley, fourth.
Miss Easy making it look easy in the end. She got a very solid pace to close into. You could see several other horses towards her inside trying to make this final bid, but no other horse in here coming down the stretch had the momentum that she had. She was a big-time winner last time out at Thistledown. She won that race by 10 lengths, and she continued that form here to Keeneland on the drop-in class and getting the victory in today's opener.
Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Miss Easy, owned by Blazing Meadows Farm of Tim Ham, owned by Rob Tribbett and Glenn Bechtel. Tim Ham is the trainer, Junior Alvarado the jockey. Miss Easy, 4-year-old filly by Mastery, out of Kiss is a Kiss by Broken Vow. Bred in Kentucky by Sierra Nevada Racing, LLC. 1 minute 12.25 seconds for the 6 furlongs over the fast main track. In Keeneland's opener, 7 Miss Easy finished first, the 1 Gridlock second, the 11 Motown Mika third, and number 5 Miss Saley fourth. 7-1, 11-5. Unofficial. First race results official. 7-1, 11-5, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. This will start the early pick 4. The turf listed firm, the rail at 10 feet, contrary to the program. Overweight, the 2 Peanut Butter Whiskey, the jockey 2 pounds over. Change of equipment, the 11, the Hidden Chamber, blinkers off today. Takeout number 13, Sound Cause, did not draw into the race.
horses are getting saddled in today's second race to kick off this early pick 4 sequence, and I thought this was a really challenging race as well. I wanted to go with a horse that offered a bit of a price, and I think we will get that with the number 1 Paraclete. This horse did face Turf Company last time out. That race did produce a next out winner, which is always helpful. But I think more importantly, this just seems like a filly that's going to get a dream trip on the inside with a Hall of Fame jockey and Johnny Velasquez. She had useful speed. He had useful speed in his second start. And I think that was just what Graham had in mind. Give this horse a race first time out, sprinting on the dirt. That's ultimately not what he wanted to do. And now keep him going exactly what he wants to do, and that's 2 turns on the turf. He should be able to get a good trip towards the inside, and I hope he can, again, get a forward position. The number 10, Executive, is your 8-5 favorite right now. This horse was not bet in his first start. It was a really competitive field that day up at Saratoga, but he was not bet at all. He went off at odds of 16-1, so you have to question what price are you willing to take. But he didn't get out of the starting gate very well, and then he would come on late with an impressive closing kick. I don't know what to make of this horse today just because of his running style. He didn't get out of the gate. Maybe he'll be forwardly placed. Maybe he'll sit mid-pack. Maybe he won't get out of the gate again, and he'll find himself last. I do have a little bit of an issue with that, but he's got an outside post position, and hopefully he can navigate a trip with jockey Junior Alvarado. They paid $900,000 for him at the Keeneland September sale as a yearling, the son of Constitution. So clearly the expectations, the bar has been set high from the get-go, and he looks like a beautiful individual in the paddock. Just shiny coat, looks like a very athletic sort as well. You can see why they paid that much for him. And then finally, Governing Party is the other horse that I'll throw into the mix. This horse did no running first time out, but it's been a productive race. Clock Tower has since went out of that race, but I don't really put a lot of stock in his dirt race. More importantly, it was his race at Kentucky Downs last time out, and he managed to get a forward position with that outside post position. Now, with outside post positions at Kentucky Downs, usually you'll see riders try to hustle them a little bit coming out of the gate to try to get into position, and I think that kind of was the case for this horse. But still, he has natural speed. He's bred top and bottom to handle this, and it's Irad Ortiz and it's Chad Brown, and it's a well-meant horse in my opinion. So 4-1 on this horse I'll be throwing into the mix, but I'll get a closer look at some of these individuals in the paddock and report trackside in a few minutes. We are 16 minutes out from race number 2 to start the pick 4.
Couple of notes regarding equipment in the upcoming second race. The 11, the Hidden Chamber. It is now reported that the Hidden Chamber did not wear blinkers September 1st and does not wear them today. No blinkers September 1 and none today either for the 11. By contrast, the number 12, Hamlin, did wear blinkers on August 29 and wears them again today. Number 12, Hamlin, wore blinkers August 29th at Kentucky Downs, wears them again today. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Huffman Mill. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds, a mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Contrary to the program, the rail at 10 feet. Overweight, the 2 Peanut Butter Whiskey, jockey 2 pounds over. A reminder, number 11, the Hidden Chamber, no blinkers on September 1st, does not wear them today either. The 12 Hamlin, wore blinkers August 29, wears them again today. 13, Sound Cause, did not draw into the race. Start of the early pick 4, double and pick 3 wagering as well, 6 minutes to post.
We'll take a moment to look at the horses that caught my eye in the paddock as they were walking out to the track today, and Paraclete was definitely one of them. You can see from this angle even, he just looks like a really athletic looking horse. He's got a good, strong shoulder. He's really strong behind the saddle as well. He's got a very athletic build to him. Sometimes turf horses can come in all different shapes and sizes, and the 3 horses that I'll talk about definitely are that. But he definitely looked like one of the more athletic sorts, and he's also got good size to him. So all good things about the number 1 Paraclete, my top selection. I like him even more after seeing him in the flesh. The number 3 Geometry is next, and this son of Twirling Candy is sent out by trainer Jonathan Thomas, and he's got some good pedigree. He's actually a half-brother to a horse by the name of Starting Over, who won the McDermott down in Gulfstream, so he's a graded stakes winner going upwards of 1.5 miles, 1 3/8 on the turf. So this family is really bred to run all day. He had a wide trip first time out at Kentucky Downs, going a distance that I think was too short for him. And now he, again, attracts the likes of Frankie Dettori. He was bet that day, first time out as well. And when I see him today, he's another one. I would compare the 1 and the 3 from a physical standpoint. They are pretty similar to one another. They're kind of, I don't want to say compact, but they're a little bit on the shorter side and really strong individuals. I like what I'm seeing from this horse. I also love the energy that he's giving off today too. So look for an improved performance for the 3 Geometry. And then finally, the 10 Executive. He does physically look like a completely different horse. He is much bigger in size, I would say, and just a lot taller. He does have a lot of confidence about him, though, and he also looks very fit. Some of these other 2-year-olds in this race, they look like they might benefit from a start or 2. They kind of still have some of that baby fat on them, and I didn't see that with this horse, the 10 Executive. He looks very fit. Maybe his first race kind of brought him forward from that respect, and he looks ready to go. Definitely focused today and looks sharp for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. We'll see what he can do. He is a lukewarm 2-1 favorite. We are 2 minutes away from the early pick 4 and the start of race 2.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Huffman Mill. Start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, second race. Your attention, please. Late scratch. Scratch number 5, Lawless Ways. Late scratch. Scratch number 5, Lawless Ways. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the veterinarian. Moving into line, race 2. Could Do comes forward along with Sprint Out Pass. Executive approaches the gate. Flambeau goes in. The Hidden Chamber. Hamlin, the last one. Last one goes in at the post. And they're off. Paraclete. Paraclete comes right out for the lead. Geometry has early speed and Could Do up close in the opening strides as well. Here's Could Do moving forward. For the lead from Geometry second, Paraclete third, then Flambeau and Plinsa joined by Hamlin. Hamlin's going to move up wide into the first turn from that outside starting spot, but forwardly placed up into third, 3 lanes off the rail. Could Do gets over to the inside, has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Hamlin goes second, a half length. Paraclete third, Geometry fourth. Flambeau is in fifth. Plensa is sixth. Executive 3 wide, moves up 2 spots into seventh. Governing Party, just to the inside of that one, is in eighth. Peanut Butter Whiskey is ninth. The Hidden Chamber 10th. Sprint out pass, last of the 11. Opening quarter went 22.33 seconds. Could Do, the leader, midpoint of the backstretch. Could Do leads it by 3/4 of a length. Hamlin goes second, 3/4 of a length as well. And then Geometry third by a neck. Paraclete fourth toward the inside. Executive toward the outside is in fifth. It's still 5 lengths from the front. Governing Party comes next in between horses, and then Flambeau against the rail. 47.11 seconds for the first half mile. Could Do leading Hamlin still by 3/4 of a length around the far turn. Geometry, Paraclete back toward the inside is fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Executive toward the outside is fifth. 1/4 mile to go, still with 6 to make up as they turn for home. Governing Party then sprint out pass, and here's Hamlin with Geometry stacking up to the outside of Could Do. Executive seeks to join them, and then Governing Party, who's fifth in behind horses, has to switch to the outside. In the meantime, Geometry kicks clear with the lead by 2 lengths. Plensa is running late. Plensa trying to catch Geometry, but the wire is coming, and Geometry's got a 3.5 length lead. Geometry wins it for Frankie Dettori. Plensa was across the line in second, Executive third, and Governing Party fourth.
What an impressive run by Geometry. Had a little bit of a tough trip first time out, but came back with a perfect trip under Frankie Dettori. He managed to find himself somewhat forward in this pack, the pace completely falling apart, and he finds himself in a perfect position to pounce. We saw the 7 Penza started to pick up the pieces late to pass the 3-2 favorite, the 10 horse Executive, who does wind up finishing third in here, but no doubt about the winner, Geometry. Very impressive today.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 3, Geometry, finished first. Number 7, Plensa, second. Number 10, Executive, third. Number 8, Governing Party, fourth. 3, 7, 10, 8, unofficial. Second race, results official. 3-7-10-8, the official results. Into the winner's circle, official winner of race 2, the Huffman Mill, number 3, Geometry, owned by the Augustin stable of George Strawbridge Jr., trained by Jonathan Thomas. Frankie Dettori is the winning jockey. Geometry, 2-year-old son of Twirling Candy out of Vanishing by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by George Strawbridge Jr. Mile and a 16th over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 43.45 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Huffman Mill trophy presentation to the connections of Geometry. Keeneland's third race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast. A reminder, scratch number 3, Je suis rapide, and scratch the 6, Zadorsky.
horses in the paddock for the upcoming third race. And here's a look at the number 4, Too Sharp. And I think this filly is going to be too sharp for the competition today as well. She looks great in the paddock for the connections. Phil Bauer has managed her very well. She is extremely fast, and her race 2 starts back. It was jaw-dropping. I know it was only against 4 other horses, but the way in which she did it was very impressive. High expectations from the onset with this one. They paid $925,000 for her as a yearling, and she really... she's delivered thus far. She was a neck away from winning a graded stakes race last time out. They found a very competitive race in this upcoming A Other Than, and she simply is the fastest horse early. I know there's a couple of other horses in here that like to be forwardly placed or have been forwardly placed, but I don't know that anybody is as fast as she is. If they are, I don't see her having a problem with sitting a rating trip in here as well. I think she's just that much faster than the rest of the competition today. But you got to pay for it. She's 1 to 5. Hopefully we can find some other prices to throw into the mix here. The number 5, Coastal Invasion, is a horse that I'll use in second. 9 to 1. On any Brad Cox runner is obviously intriguing, and this filly, she didn't run a step last time out, but the talent is there. She won first time out at Churchill Downs. I know it was over a sloppy sealed track, so some people might think that enhanced her performance that day, but I don't think so. I think she has been a quality animal, and something clearly went wrong last time out because we have not seen her since December. That was during her 2-year-old year. If her fastest race as a 2-year-old was a 79 Beyer speed figure, I do think that hopefully she can improve upon that in her 3-year-old debut. She has the ability to get Lasix today because she's making her 3-year-old debut. She has shipped to Keeneland for her final 2 workouts prior to this race, and I like the drill that she comes into this race with 4 furlongs and 47 and 3 for trainer Brad Cox. She'll be the second selection, and then the number 2, Connive. She's 7 to 1, and I think the connections might have dodged a bit of a bullet here with this filly first time out because she did debut for a claiming tag. She was in for $75,000. You could tell that she was bet like she couldn't lose, and she won like that. Again, a small field, but she beat up on that field that day. It was a gaudy performance. Jose Ortiz just wrapping up on her in the end. She didn't get out of the gate very well. She kind of rushed up, overcame that, and then went on to win by almost 8 lengths, stopping the clock in 1 minute and 22 and 4, and giving herself an 81 Beyer speed figure. That is fast for a first-time starter. That was going 7/8 at Churchill Downs. Now she slightly cuts back to the 6.5 furlongs. I think this is a perfect distance for her, and clearly something woke up. I don't know why she debuted for a claiming tag, but I think they're going to be protecting her from now on. The number 2, Connive, at 8 to 1. But it's all about the number 4, Too Sharp. Can she pick up her second career victory today? We'll see. She's 1 to 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Crestwood, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, Je suis rapide, and scratch the 6, Zadorsky. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Post time in 6 minutes.
So the favorite looks formidable in here at 1-4, but this is horse racing. This is why we run the races, and I'll talk about some alternatives that I thought looked really good in the paddock. The number 5, Coastal Invasion, was certainly one of them, and this horse was also featured this morning on our Today at Keeneland show as being a Clocker Report pick. She's been working really well, most notably her most recent workout in 47-3, going 4 furlongs right here at Keeneland. I like that. She had several works at Turfway, and then to get ready for this race today, Brad shipped her to Keeneland for those final 2 works. That's a really positive sign. And on top of that, Brad can get these horses ready off of these types of layoffs. 180 plus days on the bench, 35%. It's a winning move for the Connections, and she really looks great. She doesn't look like she's lost a step or she's holding on to too much condition. She looks fit off the layoff. It's a matter of whether or not she's good enough, but she certainly looks fit. The one, Stormy Matoli, also looked great. She walked out of the paddock like she was a prize fighter, just exuding confidence today. She showed a lot of speed first time out. She won that race going wire to wire. She beat another horse in there who would come back to win, so it's been a productive race. I think the key for her today is to break. She has to get out of the gate and maintain a good position. The problem is the 4, Too Sharp, is very, very fast. So does she run with her on the inside, or does she take back and let Junior go on Too Sharp? That's going to be in the hands of Tyler Gaffleone, who won 4 races yesterday. I have all the confidence that he can navigate that trip, but she really did look the part, and she's acting the part. She looks like a very confident filly on the track. See what happens. 1-4 on the 4, Too Sharp.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Crestwood. Moving into line, race 3. Stormy Matoli moves into the starting gate, and now Connive comes forward. Too Sharp, 3 more to load. Coastal Invasion. Floored. Lightning My Queen, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Coastal Invasion out for the lead, but Stormy Matoli right there to the inside, and Too Sharp in between that pair as they head up the back stretch. Stormy Matoli against the rail has the lead, a half length. Too Sharp between horses second by a neck. Coastal Invasion third up on the far outside. Then a gap of 2 lengths back to Connive in fourth, a margin of 8 more lengths then back of that one to Lightning My Queen. Next to last, Floored is the trailer. They head on to the far turn. Stormy Matoli leads it by almost a full length. Too Sharp is right there in second, though. The opening quarter, 21.87 seconds. Coastal Invasion to the outside is third, 2 lengths off the lead, but inching forward. Connive looks toward the inside from fourth, and here's Too Sharp for the lead. Too Sharp has the lead as they approach the quarter pole, but is joined by Coastal Invasion toward the outside. Stormy Matoli is now third against the rail. Connive is fourth as they come off the turn. Here's Coastal Invasion coming after Too Sharp. Too Sharp's got the lead, though, and Too Sharp leads it by a length, moving by the 8th pole, now by a length and a half. Coastal Invasion second. The lead just keeps growing for Too Sharp with every stride. Now it's out to 5 lengths past the 16th pole. Coastal Invasion second, Connive in third, Floored to fourth, no catching. Too Sharp, Junior Alvarado's second win on the card. Coastal Invasion second, Connive third, Floored fourth.
Wow, was she impressive today. Too Sharp, she had pressure to her inside, she had pressure to her outside. The one decided to go from the inside rail, the 5 Coastal Invasion pressing her every step of the way, but she took that challenge on and drew clear from the rest of the field today. Junior Alvarado just wrapping up in the final couple of strides. This was an impressive win, all considering the pressure that she got early and how she finished it late. This is a runner. The 4, Too Sharp, very sharp today at 1-5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 4, Too Sharp, finished first. Number 5, Coastal Invasion, second. Number 2, Connive, third. Number 7, Floored, was fourth. 4527 unofficial. Third race results official. 4527, the official results. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Crestwood. The official winner, number 4, Too Sharp. Owned by Rigney Racing, LLC, of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer. 2 wins today for Junior Alvarado. Too Sharp. 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Double Sharp by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Woods Edge Farm, LLC. The Keeneland sales graduate gets the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.19 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Crestwood Trophy presentation to the connections of Too Sharp. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 7, Solidify, and scratch 11, Print Rack. A reminder, number 1, Eddie M., contrary to the program, is a gelding, number 1.
Race 4, I think, is one of the more challenging races on today's card because it's a starter allowance, and all of these horses legitimately have a chance to win. I originally went to the 11 Print Rack, but with that horse being a scratch, I now default into the number 10 Downtown Charlie Brown. And the reason why I do like this horse is because he did go against my original top selection in Print Rack at Saratoga 2 starts back against Starter Allowance Company, and he actually lost to him just by 3/4 of a length. So if I like that horse, I have to like this horse, and he has been incredibly consistent throughout his career. I don't know why he doesn't get the respect that he deserves. He's a 9-time winner. He rarely finishes out of the money. In fact, the last time he finished off the board completely was in the Grade 3 Tom Fool Stakes. So going against Graded Stakes Company, that was the last time that he finished out of the Superfecta. I like this horse. I think he's very consistent, and I still think you're going to get a fair price on him. He'll be the top pick, as he can also show some speed today. The number 6 horse, Global Sensation. He is versatile. He came from off the pace last time out, going 7 furlongs. He can win on the lead. He can win stalking the pace. He is as versatile as they come, and he's also in the best form of his life right now. He is coming into the race with 4 consecutive victories, and he could very well continue that. He has taken his form from Churchill to Ellis, back to Churchill. Now, he has never tried the main track here at Keeneland, which is, always something to consider, but I just think that this horse has been running on the wrong surface for most of his career, and now that he's on the right surface, he is starting to rack up these defeats. He's been a cool horse to follow. We wish him the best of luck. This is one of the more competitive fields, though, that he's faced in quite some time. The number 12, Alpine Thunder, will be the 3rd horse that I'll choose. He faced Stakes Company last time out at Parks. That's where he's based. He didn't run very well. He was 8-1 in that event. He didn't have the medication of Lasix either. Now it's back, and now he faces, I think, Modest Company. Not Modest Company, more manageable company, I should say, because this is not an easy field. But I think he might have even reacted a little bit and bounced after his race 2 starts back in July, because it was literally his best race in his entire career. A 93 Beyer speed figure he posted against a field of 3. Again, he has an outside poach, which I don't mind, but this is one of the biggest fields that he has faced ever, or actually in a long time. The reason why I did use him in here, he's faced fields of 7, 3, 7, and 6 as of late, but he has been competitive against big field sizes at Oaklawn over the winter and spring of this year. So that's why I have some confidence that he can navigate a trip here today. But again, some war horses in this race. They know how to win. They're super competitive, and they're versatile. They can really win from anywhere. So it all depends on the right type of trip and who is doing well on the day. We'll take a closer look at the field as they come to the track, and hopefully we can spot who is doing well in this very competitive race, race number 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 7, Solidify, and scratch the 11, Print Rack. A reminder, number 1, Eddie M. is a gelding, contrary to the program. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Well, all of these horses in this field, they know how to win. That's why they're in for this condition, and Alpine Thunder being one of them. He's a 5-time winner. He's been incredibly consistent throughout his career, so you definitely want to look at some of these horses in the paddock and get the feeling of who is doing well. And it looks like the 12 Alpine Thunder is coming into this race really sharp. He's getting a nice warm-up there under Irad Ortiz Jr., but he was the horse that was dappled from head to toe in the paddock. I could actually say that about him and him only, but he was very, very good looking in the paddock, and he also has great energy as well. So I think he can bounce back in a big way from his last race. The 8-horse, Gunner Bay, is a horse that I think you can use at a big price. He comes into the race off of a win, maybe against lesser competition, but he's also held his own against similar competition in Kentucky, and he's a horse that I think is warming up really well today. And then we get to the number 2 horse. That's One Cool Dude for trainer Jordan Blair. He was another horse that looked incredibly fit coming into this race in good form. Didn't love the sloppy sealed track last time out, but he lost to Like a Salt Shaker 2 starts back at Ellis Park. And Like a Salt Shaker, he actually came back to win a salty starter race at Keeneland as well. So the form is really held up for the 2, One Cool Dude. It's a good group of horses coming up next, and your favorite right now was all the way to the outside, the number 12 Alpine Thunder, and this competitive race number 4 up next.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. Moving into line, race 4. Palace Kitten comes forward along with Haya. Yes, I'm a Beast moves into line. Downtown Charlie Brown. Alpine Thunder will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Downtown Charlie Brown broke alertly with Global Sensation and Yes, I'm a Beast. These three come to the front as they head up the backstretch. One Cool Dude is away running in fourth position. Haya, a lane off the rail between horses, is in fifth. Eddie M is sixth to the inside. Alpine Thunder seventh upon the outside as they head to the far turn. Then Got Thunder, who travels in the eighth spot outward from the rail, and is followed by Gunner Bay, and a long way back to Palace Kitten last. 22.39 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Yes, I'm a Beast, Global Sensation, Downtown Charlie Brown. They line up from the rail out to contest the lead around the far turn. Haya fourth by a head. One Cool Dude fifth to the inside. Alpine Thunder sixth, has to go wide to the top of the stretch. Still 6 lengths from the lead. Global Sensation a narrow lead. Downtown Charlie Brown right there on the outside, and these two going at it for the top spot. Global Sensation, Downtown Charlie Brown, Alpine Thunder, then Haya, who's looking toward the inside but is still fourth, 3 lengths away from Global Sensation. Alpine Thunder far outside, and Downtown Charlie Brown. Late run from Gunner Bay to fifth. A final surge from Alpine Thunder trying to get Global Sensation. Alpine Thunder.
Well, not much separated these horses on paper, and not much separated these horses at the finish line. The number 6 horse, Global Sensation, doing all of the dirty work on the front end. Pretty honest early fractions, and he took pressure throughout. Here comes the number 12 horse, closing from off of the pace. Alpine Thunder making it very close in the end, and it's going to come down to a photo finish for sure. The 6 on the inside, Global Sensation, the 12 Alpine Thunder on the outside. Again, not much separating these two at the wire. Two classy horses and a head bob at the finish.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race: 12 Alpine Thunder first, 6 Global Sensation second, 8 Gunner Bay third, 10 Downtown Charlie Brown fourth. 12, 6, 8, 10 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race. Unofficial winner, number 12, Alpine Thunder, owned by Linda George, trained by Ernesto Padilla Preciado. Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Alpine Thunder, 6-year-old gelded son of Empire Way, out of Alpine Echo by Swiss Yodeler, bred in Kentucky by Heinz Steinman. 6 furlongs, 1 minute, 11 seconds flat over the fast main track. 4th race, results official, 12, 6, 8, 10, the official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. A reminder that the rail is set at 10 feet on the turf course, contrary to the program, and the turf is listed firm. Double pick 3, start of the pick 6, no carryover, and start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Takeout number 13, Seattle Road, did not draw into the race.
This race does kick off the all-turf pick 3. We'll talk about that wager and how I see the sequence today in just a few moments. But first, I'll go through my top 3 selections. And as you can see at the bottom of your screen, Scott and I are all over the place when it comes to this race. And I think it just speaks to how competitive this group is. The number 10 Authentic Style is trying something new for the first time today. He's trying the turf for the first time today. Now, last time out, he ran at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. He found himself forwardly placed in that race. And he just kind of maintained. In all honesty, in all of his races, he just seems like a bit of a one-pace type of horse. So the thing that you do with a one-paced horse is you usually give them more distance. And I also think surface change. Going to the turf might be a little more kind of a surface for him. And I just think this is all the right move. He's by Authentic. He has Uncle Mo on the bottom side. And just judging by how he has run his races in the past, I think he's going to benefit from the surface change and also the added distance. Rudolph Brisset has had a sensational Keeneland fall meet thus far. Flavien Prat as well. And this duo, they team up for a lot of victories, 32% on the year alone. Take a look at some other horses, including the number 5, Blue Chair Bay. He's making his second start for trainer Brad Cox. He didn't run very well first time out, but he did face the likes of Warlander, who we saw run against Stakes Company on opening weekend here at Keeneland. He didn't handle the surface that day. I'm going to give him another shot. I'm going to give him another shot that he didn't handle Kentucky Downs and that he can come back here in a good way. At Kentucky Downs, especially on this day, you wanted to be forwardly placed, and you also wanted to be kind of have those inside paths. And he didn't have that opportunity. He was not able to be forwardly placed. He found himself lengths off the pace. And I just wonder if this horse can show a little bit more gate speed today, because he might handle the surface a little bit better. He's intriguing enough for me to throw into the mix. The one Johnny's Rendezvous for Phil Bauer, he just sent out the winner of Too Sharp earlier today in race number 3. And Johnny's Rendezvous is one that I think will benefit from getting back to 2 turns today. So he tried it first time out, and he didn't settle early. And when you can't settle early, you don't have a punch for the second half of the race. They turned him back in distance a little bit to 6.5 furlongs, and he was actually the favorite in that race. He was a favorite against Golden Afternoon, who ran huge here on opening weekend as well for trainer Carlo Baccarezza. I think the races that he's coming out of are sneaky good, and I just hope that he can find himself a better trip from the rail post position and settle in the early stages of the race. Sometimes horses just need a couple of races under the belt to figure it out, and I think that's the case with the one Johnny's Rendezvous at 9-1. This is a loaded field. Right now, your favorite is the number 4, Lucky Mischief. We'll take a closer look at these 2-year-olds in just a few moments and report more on Trackside. But before we do that, we do have the Turf Pick 3. And I have coverage in the first leg of the sequence. The number 1, Johnny's Rendezvous. The 5, as I mentioned, Blue Chair Bay. The 9 horse, El Mahit, I thought was really intriguing here for trainer Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffleone. And then the 10, Authentic Style, my top selection. And TCAC to the outside for trainer Nacho Correas. As we get to the 8th race, that is our featured event, the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, and that's going 1 1/8 miles on the turf course. I have coverage there. I do think that Soprano, the 5, is certainly the horse to beat. My top pick is the 6, Oversubscribed. I think she's an up-and-comer in the Chad Brown barn, but she feels pretty, the 3. She is the filly to beat. And Waves of Mischief, I thought, had a little bit of upside for Brendan Walsh, who has had a very strong meet. And speaking of Brendan Walsh, I am leaning on him and the connections in the finale. That is the 5, Blue Coast, Tyler Gaffleone aboard this horse. He ran really well first time out, and then he came back to Kentucky Downs. I don't necessarily think he handled the course that day, and I also don't think he wants to go that short. So now stretching back out to 1 mile is ideal for the 5 in the finale. $60 is the cost of my ticket. Get all of your wagers in, though. The Turf Pick 3, great wager, and it kicks off in 13 minutes.
Dixiana is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Dixiana will judge the horses in the paddock prior to each of the Dixiana named races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Tower Hill. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th over the turf, listed firm. The rail at 10 feet today. Take out number 13, Seattle Road, did not draw into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Post time at 5 minutes. The winner of the Dixiana Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race, Bertine Galliana. The groom for number 8, My Father's Place. Bertine, congratulations.
Taking a look at some of the horses warming up on the track, the number 5, Blue Chair Bay, I thought made a really nice appearance. There are some horses in here that I think will benefit from a race or two, just from a fitness standpoint. They're holding on to a lot of condition, but that's not the case for the number 5, Blue Chair Bay. He looks very fit, looks like it got a lot of fitness coming out of that Kentucky Downs race. And I like the pedigree to handle the turf. I just don't think anything helped him last time out. I don't think the way that the track was playing helped him, and he might have not even liked Kentucky Downs, but he is by the stallion instilled regard. He pulled off a huge upset in the Grade 2 Bourbon Stakes last weekend with Minaret Station, so he can have some nice turf horses, and I hope that the 5, Blue Chair Bay, today is one of them. The 8, My Father's Place, is next. And this son of English Channel, bred top and bottom to handle the turf, I think it's telling how much money this horse is taking. He's 8-1 down from a 15-1 morning line. And he also looks great today. I don't know if he's tight enough to win first time out. He is a horse that's holding on to a lot of condition, kind of in the middle part of his body, but I love how he's acting, and he just looks like a smart horse. You can tell a lot from a horse's head and their eye, and I like how he's behaving on the track today. The number 9, El Mahit, is next, the son of Warfront. You get See the Stars pedigree, really strong pedigree, Irish pedigree, I should say, on the bottom side as well. This horse doesn't look like any other horse in the field today just because of how long he is. You can see how long his back is, how long his body is, but despite that, just very well balanced and very athletically built as well. I really like how this horse looks. A mile and a 16th, I can understand why they are debuting him at this distance, 2 turns on the turf. It definitely seems like he can't go any shorter than that. He might have to go longer than this, but he is definitely built for 2 turns on the turf, and right now taking money at 7-2. 2 minutes to go from the 5th race. This race does kick off the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 races 5, 8, and 10. This also does kick off the Pick 6 sequence. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Tower Hill, start of the Pick 6 and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. El Muhit moves into line. Here is Love That Symphony. Lucky Mischief with Authentic Style also coming forward. Blue Chair Bay and Zap d'Etat. Here's Maui Strong. Takach will be the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Lucky Mischief from between horses. Johnny's Rendezvous is right there to the inside, and they're joined by Sandcast to the far outside. Johnny's Rendezvous has the lead. Here's Sandcast moving up into second around Lucky Mischief in third, who slides down toward the rail into the first turn. Blue Chair Bay, fourth up on the outside. Love That Symphony will go fifth. My Father's Place is wide in sixth. Maui Strong between horses in seventh, moves up a spot. And then Zap d'Etat further back is racing along in the ninth position. Authentic Style is 10th toward the inside as they head off the first turn and up the back stretch. Takach is next to last, and El Muhit is there against the rail, trailing about a dozen lengths off the lead. The opening quarter went 21.82 seconds. Pace is being set by Sandcast. Sandcast has a 5-length lead at the midpoint of the back stretch. Johnny's Rendezvous is second by 2 lengths. Lucky Mischief is third a length. And then Love That Symphony fourth. And Love That Symphony starts moving up the inside. Blue Chair Bay looks toward the far outside from fifth. 46.13 seconds for the first half mile. Here comes Johnny's Rendezvous, Lucky Mischief, Blue Chair Bay, Lucky Symphony, and Maui Strong, all bearing down on Sandcast. Now, Sandcast still has the lead, but Johnny's Rendezvous is right alongside as they turn for home. Lucky Mischief in third. Love That Symphony fourth. Maui Strong, then Blue Chair Bay on the outside. Johnny's Rendezvous, Lucky Mischief outside of that one, and Lucky Mischief now has struck the lead. Love That Symphony behind horses. Blue Chair Bay down the center of the course is still fifth. It is Lucky Mischief, a narrow lead. Johnny's Rendezvous is second. Maui Strong has gone to third, but Lucky Mischief is kicking on for the finish. Lucky Mischief, Luis Saez to win it Johnny's Rendezvous second, Maui Strong third, Blue Chair Bay fourth. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 4, Lucky Mischief first, number 1, Johnny's Rendezvous second, number 6, Maui Strong third, number 5, Blue Chair Bay fourth. 4165 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Tower Hill, the unofficial winner, number 4, Lucky Mischief. Owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout. On Our Own Stable LLC of David Berman and others. Owned also by trainer Dallas Stewart. Luis Saez, the winning jockey. Lucky Mischief, a 2-year-old son of Yoshida, out of She's Mischief by Into Mischief. Winner bred in Kentucky by On Our Own Stables and Windstar Farm LLC. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 43.24 seconds. Race 5 results official, 4165, the official results. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Tower Hill Trophy presentation, Luis and Coy Martinez, representing Dixiana. present to the connections of Lucky Mischief. Keeneland 6th race upcoming. Main track is fast. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. No carryover. Scratch number 8. Gold Luck.
Really nice dirt race coming up in race number 6. Third level allowance condition, optional $100,000 tag, 6.5 furlongs. The distance starts the late pick 5 on this Saturday card here at Keeneland Racecourse. And the heavy favorite right now is the 4-horse Giant Mischief down to 4-5. I'm going to take a shot with OXO Equine's Bromley. This is a colt by Mastery who should appreciate the 6.5 furlong distance. He hadn't run in a little bit of time between February and September to run a good second behind a nice runner and a millionaire September sales graduate from here at Keeneland in Extra Anejo. So I feel that this is a colt that absolutely is capable of upsetting Giant Mischief in this situation, who hasn't been seen in 9 months. So give me Bromley on top here, a 3-time winner. His past Keeneland run was going 1 1/8 miles. He doesn't want to go that far. He looks like a late-running one-turn type horse as of right now in his career. So hopefully Bromley is able to produce that kind of a run under Brian Hernandez Jr., who got to know him last time out. He rode him last time out at Churchill Downs to that near-upset second-place finish at odds of 18-1. Go with Bromley on top, the number 3. The number 2 horse, Bourbon Heist for Ian Wilkes. It's all about course form for this son of Practical Joke. He's run 290 Beyer speed figures in the 90s, here at Keeneland Racecourse. His 3 starts at Keeneland, 2 wins, a second-place finish. He is a horse for this course, and the last time that he ran was back in the springtime, and he drew off and won by 3 lengths. He ran in the Aristides. He ran in the Iowa Sprint. They tried him on grass. There are excuses to be made there. He's better on dirt, and he wasn't quite up to the task when it came to those stakes races over in Iowa and at Churchill Downs. And Irad Ortiz Jr. is in the saddle. If he's able to pull off this win, it would be career win number 4,000 in his incredible career, which has not taken long to get near that milestone at this point in time. And then the number 4 horse, Giant Mischief. He's an extremely well-bred colt. He's by Into Mischief out of the stakes-winning First Dam and Vertical Oak, bred by Stone Street Farm, Spendthrift Farm. Steve Landers Racing paid $475,000 for him. It's been 9 months since he's run. He was a debut winner. He won second time out right here at Keeneland Racecourse at odds of 6-1 when he surprised some folks and beat Arabian Lion all the way back in 2022. If memory serves correctly, that was back during the Breeders' Cup weekend at Keeneland here in 2022. But nonetheless, they tried to stretch him out going long. His last 2 races, he was second as the favorite at Churchill Downs. Then he shipped all the way to Santa Anita to the Grade 1 Malibu Stakes and was unable to keep up with Speedboat Beach and Hijazi finishing 3rd. He's coming in with sharp workouts. We've seen a Brad Cox runner earlier in the card, a filly that was taking on the filly 2 Sharp that was coming off of a long layoff, and she ran well. So Giant Mischief, he has to be respected, but he's running against some quality runners in here. So that's why I'm willing to take my chance against the even money favorite here in race number 6. The late pick 5 pull over $250,000 with still 15 minutes to post. A great sequence coming up here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Walmack allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000, 3-year-olds and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 8, Gold Luck. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, post time in 6 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Walmack, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Kavod goes in. Here's Bourbon Heist coming forward. Now Bromley. 4 more to load. Giant Mischief. And now Cyclone Mischief. Last 2 coming forward. Lofty Adjudicator. Midnight Escape, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There's Giant Mischief for the lead. Giant Mischief right away to the front. Kavod comes away in second. Cyclone Mischief is outrunning in third. Lofty Adjudicator is away fourth. Bromley in fifth. Midnight Escape in sixth. And Bourbon Heist, last of the 7. Giant Mischief shows the way. Giant Mischief against the rail leads it by a length. Kavod goes second by 3 lengths. Cyclone Mischief third ahead. Lofty Adjudicator fourth outside of that one. And then Midnight Escape. Bromley, Bourbon Heist is last. Opening quarter, 23.03 seconds. Onto the far turn, Giant Mischief the leader. It is Giant Mischief with Kavod just off the leader's flank and inching forward, a closer second now. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Cyclone Mischief in third by a length. Lofty Adjudicator, Midnight Escape, Bromley, Bourbon Heist last, nearly a dozen lengths from the front. They turn for home. Giant Mischief, the leader, still chased by Kavod. A length still separates these two, coming toward the 8th pole. It is Giant Mischief with the lead. Kavod still trying, still second. And then Bourbon Heist, who has gone from last to third, but 8 lengths behind the leader. And Giant Mischief is past the 16th pole with a 3-length lead. Giant Mischief to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Kavod second, Bourbon Heist third, and Cyclone Mischief fourth.
Well, he was ready to roll today off the 9-month layoff. Credit to Brad Cox and his team for Spendthrift Farm and Steve Landers Racing. Giant Mischief absolutely impressive here today. 116 flat, the final time for the 6.5 furlongs. The son of Into Mischief scoring on the comeback, now 2 for 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. 4 Giant Mischief finished first. 1 Kavod was second. 2 Bourbon Heist third. 5 Cyclone Mischief fourth. 4-1-2-5 unofficial. Results official for race 6. Into the winner's circle, official winner of the Walmack number 4 Giant Mischief, owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, owned by Steve Landers Racing LLC of Steve Landers, owned also by Martin Schwartz, Michael Dubb, 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham and others. Brad Cox, the trainer, and Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Giant Mischief, a 4-year-old son of Into Mischief out of Vertical Oak by Giant Oak, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings LLC. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 16.16 seconds. Results official 4-1-2-5, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Walmack Trophy presentation to the connections of Giant Mischief. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. The main track is fast. Double and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 2, Contemplate. Scratch the 7, Scribble. And scratch the 8, Mezcal Mule. A reminder, number 13, Free Passage, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
Race number 7, start of the late pick 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll begin with 2-year-old fillies in a maiden special weight event. Maiden special weight worth $100,000. 6 furlongs the distance. Scratch the number 2, the 7, as well as the 8. So down to a field of 10. And keep in mind the number 13 runner is a go. Free passage drawing into this race. The current favorite is the number 6 horse, that is Keepsake, a first-time starter for Brad Cox, as he looks for back-to-back wins on the card. I'm going to go to the number 4 horse in here. That is Taverna for Brendan Walsh and Tyler Gaffleone. They had a productive day yesterday at Keeneland. This is a filly that adds blinkers off of 2 tries, which are pretty similar in the way that she performed in both of them as far as the speed figure is concerned that I've got in front of me. She got a little rank in that last race on the slop at Churchill Downs, but adding blinkers here today, 7-2, race experience edge over the current favorite. I'll lean towards the daughter of Twirling Candy with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle at odds of 7-2 at the moment. Now, the 6 horse Keepsake is a filly by Into Mischief that comes from a first dam, stakes-winning first dam in Top Quality, who has produced a pair of 2-year-old winners, as well as a first-out winner, a full brother to this filly by the name of Pastor T, who was a debut winner at Del Mar last summer. You've got to respect Brad Cox with the first-time starters. Said it before, you've seen these horses that he's turned loose here today off the layoff. Coming off the layoff, they're ready to go. We just saw it most recently in race number 6 with Giant Mischief. He doesn't click at a percentage of nearly 30% wins when it comes to bringing horses in off of layoffs or first time out without having them ready to go. So you've got to expect that this filly is ready to roll here today. She's had several workouts between Keeneland, over at Windstar Farm, Churchill Downs. So Keepsake deserves the attention that she's getting out of this barn of Brad Cox. 2-1 on the board right now for the Into Mischief filly. And then finally, the number 3 horse, Mo Picks Please. I was intrigued by the journey that this filly has taken to get to this point here at Keeneland Racecourse. She was training at Keeneland, went west to Golden Gate Fields, and then Pleasanton, part of the fair circuit, and is quickly becoming one of the mainstays in Northern California racing, that dirt surface. She worked very fast at Pleasanton, working in 59 back at the end of August. Then she comes here to train at the training center locally, the Thoroughbred Training Center here in Lexington, Kentucky, to be debuted here. They must like this filly to bring her back to Keeneland, knowing the depth of competition that they're facing off against. Motown filly for Chuck Peary, Corey Lannery. I think worth taking note of just the journey that she's taken to get to this point here at Keeneland Racecourse for race number 7. Does start the late pick 4. $141,000 is currently in the pool and obviously growing. Utilizing my top picks here, top 3 picks in leg number 1. As far as the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Stakes presented by Dixiana, leg 2 of this sequence, I'll use the 3. She feels pretty, adding those blinkers and being a Grade 1 winner last year. I don't think that she's lost much here as far as her form at the age of 3. And then Soprano, the number 5 horse for George Bowie, facing off against the best 3-year-old filly on turf in the world, in my opinion, in Porta Fortuna. You've got to respect her making the journey here to run against these Grade 1 fillies. So Soprano, and as well as Sheep, feels pretty in leg number 2. Race number 9, the 3rd leg, I'll go 3 deep with the 5, 10, and the 11. The top selection in that race being the number 10 horse, Baton Rouge. I think a gelding that will benefit with the short stretch at 1 16th in the first wire finish, and then finding coverage in the final race. A turf event going a mile, 1, 4, 6, 7, and 12. And the 12 being the top selection there in Currahee for Brittany Russell, coming out of the Rosie Stakes at Colonial, which Governor Sam won and would go on to win a stake last week, I should say, here at Keeneland Racecourse, and also face off against and just be beaten by the runner-up in that one, who was second in the Indian Summer, which was taken by Governor Sam, so coming out of a live race. So, but still looking for coverage in the nightcap. That is a $45 investment. You've got 15 minutes to get those pick 4 plays in for race number 7 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 10th and final race, a late jockey change. In race 10, the jockey for number 11, Lovely Regalo, will be Edgar Morales. That's Keeneland's 10th and final race, number 11, Lovely Regalo. The jockey will be Edgar Morales. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Oak Hill Farm. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old filly, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Contemplate. Scratch the 7, Scribble. And scratch the 8, Mezcal Mule. A reminder, number 13, Free Passage, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Post time at 7 minutes.
That's a pretty gray filly. Princess Alaya for Dwayne Lucas and BC Stables, More Play Racing, daughter of Into Mischief, who was purchased last year at the Keeneland September sale for $1.2 million as a yearling, makes her career debut here today. She's a beautiful filly. She's a big filly. You would imagine maybe longer on down the line, but just love the way that she looks. She's a half-sister to the Grade 1 winner Eskimo Kisses, who sold for $2.3 million at the Keeneland November sale back in 2019, and her half-sister Eskimo Kisses won the Grade 1 Alabama Stakes back in 2018. So comes from an impressive family. She's by an impressive stallion and Into Mischief, and she's an impressive filly. Princess Alaya right now 11-1 for the coach, Dwayne Lucas and Luis Saez. Let's move to the outside. CB, the number 10 horse. This is a Bernardini filly for Rusty Arnold making her debut. Thought she looked good down there at 24-1 in the paddock. First-time starter, not getting a lot of attention for a barn that typically doesn't when they turn first-time starters loose, but she caught my eye in and amongst a good-looking group of freshman fillies here. CB, daughter of Bernardini out of a Street Sense First Dam. First runner for that Street Sense First Dam in Pepper Sprout. And then let's move over to the 9 horse. That's Miss Pharaoh for Phil Sims, an American Pharaoh filly, purchased for $100,000 at the September sale last year here at Keeneland. And she's been working very, very quick. She caught the eye of the clockers, and there's a lot of workouts that would catch the eye just looking at the paper. She has worked 4 bullets here at Keeneland Racecourse, and most notably a half mile out of the gate in 47 flat, and then recently 59-3. She's live on the board. She's 3-1 right now as the co-second choice in race number 7 with Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. Closing in on post time, less than 4 minutes to post, race number 7 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Oak Hill Farm. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. CB comes forward, along with Princess Aaliyah. Super Costly moves into line. Keepsake. My Lil Punky goes in. Free Passage, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. My Lil Punky comes out for the lead. But Mo Picks Please is right there in the opening strides, along with Truth or Consequence. Truth or Consequence moves up the inside, and Mo Picks Please right alongside. They contest the early pace. My Lil Punky backs away into 3rd. Taverna, 4th against the rail. CB is 5th. Super Costly is in 6th. And then Miss Farrow, who's 7th, she moves up 1 position down toward the inside, but 7 lengths off the lead. Free Passage is 8th. Keepsake is 9th. Princess Aaliyah, last of 10, 22.28 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Mo Picks Please, outward from the rail, has the lead 3/4 of a length. My Lil Punky moves up to her outside. Truth or Consequence there to the inside. Taverna is 4th behind that front trio. She's 3 lengths off the lead. There's a 1/4 mile to go, and she's starting to move toward the center of the racetrack as they turn for home. Here comes Taverna to the far outside of My Lil Punky. Mo Picks Please to the inside is still there, but has lost a spot now as My Lil Punky has the lead. My Lil Punky, final furlong, has a 3-length lead. Taverna 2nd, and then Mo Picks Please and Truth or Consequence, followed by Keepsake from far back to 5th to 4th to 2nd, but no catching. My Lil Punky, Edgar Morales. Keepsake rallied up for that 2nd spot.
It's a 2-year-old filly by Outwork. My Lil Punky at odds of 9-2 steps up to the plate in start 3 of her career and improves and cruises to victory. She wasn't far off the pace. The 3 set the pace. She's got some run to her. Mo Picks Please, but she'll tie her on debut. And watch the 6 rally from way out of it. Keepsake, nice debut here from way downtown to finish 2nd. But it's the number 12 horse, My Lil Punky, for Triple M Racing Stable, and John Ennis getting the victory as an $11 winner.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: number 12, My Lil Punky, finished first. Number 6, Keepsake, was second. Number 4, Taverna, third. Number 1, Truth or Consequence, fourth. 12-6-4-1 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle, unofficial winner of race 7 at Keeneland, the Oak Hill Farm 12, My Lil Punky, owned by Triple M Racing Stable LLC of McKinley McPherson, trained by John Ennis, Edgar Morales, the jockey. My Lil Punky, 2-year-old filly by Outwork, out of Translator by Posse, bred in Kentucky by Paul King. 1 minute, 11.97 seconds, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Seventh race results official, 12-6-4-1, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Oak Hill Farm trophy presentation to the connections of My Lil Punky. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming, 41st running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Turf is listed firm, rail at 10 feet today, contrary to the program. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 8.
has the lead by a length. It's in the post to win it.
Up next, the 41st running of the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Such an important race for these 3-year-old fillies later in their 3-year-old campaigns, and we've seen horses that have gone on to wonderful careers after winning this event here at Keeneland Racecourse. Gina Romantica just a couple of years ago. Look back to last year with Maj and the brilliant performance that she put together in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile immediately after winning this Grade 1. Rushing Fall. Also, fillies like Her Eminency, as well as Day at the Spa. So a very important race and a wonderful Grade 1 cast assembled here for the 2024 renewal. Soprano is invading from England for Highclere Thoroughbred Racing, trainer George Bowie, and the 18-year-old wonder kid in Billy Lochnan, the champion apprentice from 2023 in England. He had a pair of winners at Royal Ascot this past June, including with this filly who won the Sandringham Stakes on the straight mile, carrying 131 pounds, beating 29 other fillies that afternoon. And she has run against some of the best fillies in Europe in her most recent starts. She was fourth in the Valiant Stakes at Ascot in late July to Friendly Soul, only beaten 3 1/4 lengths. And Friendly Soul recently won the Group 1 Prix de l'Opera. And then Soprano most recently in the Grade 1 Justify Matron Stakes at Leopardstown was third behind Porta Fortuna. In my opinion, the best 3-year-old filly in the world when it comes to turf racing. So she has swum in the deep end of the pools time and time again. She was a recent Group 3 winner at Deauville in mid-August and shows up here to test the international waters as far as the United States is concerned, and she's currently sitting at 5-2. So really looking forward to seeing how this filly performs here stateside. Looking forward to seeing Billy Lochnan perform here in the United States on this stage at Keeneland Racecourse. This is really a treat, and we're really happy to have the partners from Highclere Thoroughbred Racing here. Caught word that 19 partners traveled this way to Keeneland to watch their filly compete. So good luck to Soprano. In my opinion, she's the class of the race based on who she's raced against and how far she's been beaten by them. 5-2, a very solid price on the current favorite here in this Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. She Feels Pretty, the number 3 horse, morning line favorite, not far off of it. She's 3-1 right now. This is a Caraconti filly who in start 2 of her career picked up a Grade 1 win at Woodbine in the Natalma before finishing third, beaten just a half of a length in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf at Santa Anita behind Hard to Justify. She has been favored in her last 4 starts, and she's won just once in the Hilltop Stakes at Pimlico. Now, it remains to be seen if she goes off at favored, but she deserves to be considered as a top contender in this race. And from reading the quotes on why Cherie DeVoe, her trainer, has opted to add blinkers, they said they just are hoping that she'll finish her races off a little bit more, that she somewhat runs to the competition that she's alongside of and maybe gets caught off guard. So we'll see if the addition of blinkers works for She Feels Pretty. She's a class filly. She is absolutely capable of winning this Grade 1 and becoming a 2-time Grade 1 winner from 2 to now 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then the number 10 horse to the outside, another European invader, that is Candala for His Royal Highness the Aga Khan, and Francis Henri Gaffard, a filly by Frankel, who was third in Group 2 company at Deauville most recently and was beaten by Friendly Soul, who we mentioned would go on and win the Group 1 Prix de l'Opera at Longchamp. So Candala, this is a filly that has going to be seeing probably the fastest ground that she's ever seen, and she's by Frankel, one of the greatest of all time, who was at his best when the turf was firm. So they make the journey out this way, and a bit of a comparison to her form to what we saw earlier this week at Keeneland Racecourse. If you key off of her race at Longchamp
back in April 14th to be exact, in a Group 3. She beat Manushka, who was ultra impressive for trainer Brendan Walsh earlier this week. So right now sitting at odds of 9-1. That's a good price on this filly, who's a two-time winner, a Group 3 winner in France, and making the journey over in this direction. Really looking forward to the Group 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. Less than 15 minutes to post, and does start our final pick 3 on this Saturday afternoon.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 41st running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/8 over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time is 6 minutes. Number 1, Pin Up Betty, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Luis Saez. 2, Caitlin Her Greatness, owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, Sienna Farm LLC of Todd Manganero, trained by Kevin Attard, the jockey Frankie Dettori. 3, She Feels Pretty, owned by Lael Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey John Velasquez. 4, Waves of Mischief, owned by Qatar Racing LLC of Sheikh Fahad Al Thani, Brendan Walsh trains, and Tyler Gaffalione rides. 5, Soprano, owned by Highclere Thoroughbred Racing LLC of Harry Herbert and others, trained by George Bowie. Billy Lochnan is up. 6, Oversubscribed, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 7, Buku, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer, Junior Alvarado to ride. 8, Pounce, owned by Resolute Racing of John Stewart, trained by Mark Cassie, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 9, Grayosh, owned by Flanagan Racing of Sean Flanagan, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. And 10, Candala, owned by His Highness the Aga Khan, trained by Francis Henri Graffard. Florent Giroux is the jockey. Post time at 3 minutes. The winner of the Best Turned Out Award for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Jesus Morales, the groom for number 9, Grayosh. Congratulations, Jesus.
Here's a look at a Canadian Classic winner. That is Caitlin Her Greatness, the number 2 horse. She beat the boys in the King's Plate in her most recent start just less than 2 months ago, and that was on the heels of her runner-up finish in the Woodbine Oaks. She won going 1 1/4, so 1 1/8 is well within her wheelhouse, and just showing the depth of this field and how proper of a Grade 1 it is for her to be 12-1 and being a King's Plate winner. She is a very good filly, and she tries grass for just the 2nd time in her career. She ran on the grass up at Woodbine going 7.5 furlongs, was able to dash away and win by 2 3/4 of a length. But at 12-1 with Frankie Dettori in the saddle, great price on the daughter of Omaha Beach for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. The number 6 horse, Oversubscribed. She is a beautiful filly for trainer Chad Brown, daughter of Too Darn Hot, that son of Debawi out of a Cape Cross first dam, so a European pedigree. She is a English-bred filly who was just runner-up in the Grade 3 Lake George, and trainer Chad Brown, who's got a pair of fillies in this race. He's a 5-time winner of this Grade 1 at Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, currently sitting at 5-1 on the board for the Klarovich Stables. And then Buku, the number 7 horse, she's perfect at Keeneland. 2-time winner here at Keeneland. She won the Jessamine Stakes in 2023, back in the springtime, won the Appalachian Stakes at odds of 6-1. So perhaps coming back here to Keeneland Racecourse will get her into form. And Junior Alvarado having a successful Saturday at Keeneland Racecourse, already winning earlier today with the filly Too Sharp for Philip Bauer and Rigney Racing. Not to be slept on, Buku just simply coming back to Keeneland Racecourse. Pair of 5-2 favorites, the number 3 horse in She Feels Pretty, and the number 5 horse, the Invader from Europe, Soprano. Good luck in this Grade 1.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race. 41st running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Moving into line, race 8. Here's Pounce moving into line. She Feels Pretty. Grayosh goes in. Waves of Mischief. Soprano. Candala will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. There's Caitlin, Her Greatness, for the early lead. Quickly moves over toward the rail well before the entry to the first turn. Oversubscribed is going to move up in second, outside of She Feels Pretty, who's third. Then Pounce is fourth. Pin Up Betty is fifth. Soprano, pretty keen, wanting to move up between horses in fifth. Waves of Mischief sixth. Buku is in seventh as the field works their way down into the first turn. Caitlin, Her Greatness will show the way. Caitlin, Her Greatness on top here, leads it by 2 lengths. Oversubscribed, second on the outside. But there, as She Feels Pretty, saves the ground to the inside, moves up to challenge again for that second spot. Pounce 3 wide around the first turn. As they move off the turn onto the backstretch is in fourth. Soprano fifth, Pin Up Betty sixth, Waves of Mischief seventh. Grayosh travels in eighth, just outside of Buku in ninth, and Candala is last of the 10, 8 lengths off the lead. The first quarter, 23.45 seconds, 47.79 seconds for the first half mile. Caitlin, Her Greatness, the leader. Caitlin, Her Greatness leads at a length and a half as they go to the far turn. Oversubscribed is second a half length. She Feels Pretty, third to the inside. Pounce is a wide fourth to the turn. And then Soprano, who's fifth between horses, just over 3 lengths from the front. Pin Up Betty comes next, followed by Grayosh. As they round the far turn, Buku still far back toward the rail. Candala has a lot of running to do. Nearly 10 from the front. Quarter mile to go. Caitlin, Her Greatness, the leader. She Feels Pretty. Swings off the rail and comes at her now from the second position. Soprano is still third. Oversubscribed, then Pin Up Betty. She Feels Pretty has the lead in the final furlong of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. It is all she feels pretty. John Velasquez, a dominating performance.
What an impressive turn of foot from She Feels Pretty as she kicks it into high gear here today for the Lael Stables. And Roy and Gretchen Jackson and Cherie DeVoe putting the blinkers on this filly. They wanted her to finish off her races. Boy, did she ever, in a class of her own today in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 3, She Feels Pretty, finished first. Number 5, Soprano, second. Number 2, Caitlin, Her Greatness, third. Number 1, Pin Up Betty, fourth. 3, 5, 2, 1, unofficial. Eighth race results official. 3-5-2-1, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 8th race, 41st running of the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, Grade 1, presented by Dixiana. Number 3, She Feels Pretty, owned by Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Cherie DeVoe, John Velasquez, the jockey. She Feels Pretty, 3-year-old daughter of Cara Conti, out of Summer Sweet by More Than Ready. Bred in Kentucky by Payson Stud Incorporated. Keeneland sales grad She Feels Pretty gets the 9 furlongs over the firm turf in 1 minute 46.5 seconds. Bill and Donna Shively, representing Dixiana, make the trophy presentation for the Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, to the connections of She Feels Pretty.
She Feels Pretty dominates the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana, in the largest margin in the history of the 4-decade-plus runnings of these races, by 6 lengths for Cherie DeVoe, Lale Stables, and Johnny Velasquez. She toyed with this group when you turned her loose. How was the journey early on with the addition of blinkers here today?
Well, first of all, Cherie's done a great job with her, to try to coming back with her right after racing. She's running great races. With little blinkers help her today as well. And the cover-up kind of works with her. When she's covered up and you pull it out, she kind of passes horses. When she's hanging in the outside of the horses, then she thinks she's breezing. And then she kind of stays head and head with the horses and never passes. Today was cover up, and when I pulled it out, she was ready to go. And I make sure I kept it busy down the lane, thinking for just in case one of the European horses is coming running. So I want to keep her in mind running. But man, what a feeling when you pull it out, she gave you that quick spurt out of there. I was pretty happy the way she did it. Yeah.
Well done, Johnny.
Thank you very much.
Cherie, in working with this filly and knowing she's a good filly, but getting this kind of performance, how gratifying is it for you and your team?
Extremely. When you have a filly of this level and she puts it out there every time, she's been unlucky. She's finished third her last 2. So we've been working with her with the blinkers, just trying to get her to stick to her own task. And I think Johnny hit it on the head with she needs cover and she just needs to come out and make that run.
Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland. How's that sound to you, Cherie?
Really good. I had a nightmare trip back from Newmarket, so I got in at about 12:30 today. So this was well worth the sleeplessness. And who cares about the makeup that I'm not wearing, because I'm all excited in bright red.
Congratulations. Enjoy it for you and your team to pick up this Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup, presented by Dixiana. She Feels Pretty was gorgeous today in the Grade 1 feature.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming. 1 1/16 over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1, Bourbon Resolve. Also scratch number 3, Seeking Unity. Also scratch the 4, King Kumbale. And scratch the 8, River in Egypt. Number 7, Ben Franklin, the jockey, Julien Leperoux. 7, Ben Franklin, jockey, Julien Leperoux. And a reminder, number 13, Creative Minister, draws into the race, jockey as programmed.
We've come to the final two races on this Saturday afternoon, so the final double of the afternoon, late daily double time, race number 9, second level allowance condition, 1 mile and a 16th, first wire finish, short stretch in play here for race number 9. And right now we're taking a look at Baton Rouge, the number 10 horse. I'm hopeful that the first wire finish helps this gelding get to the winner's circle for Chris Hartman and Flatland Racing Stables. He's made the lead in his last 2 starts, going 1 mile and an 1/8. And out on the outside, I think that Rafael Bejarano's got one option, is try to go from the outside post. So hopeful that the 1 mile and a 16th suits him here today with the short stretch. Baton Rouge, a winner 2 starts back at Ellis Park, broke his maiden at Oaklawn earlier this spring on the 5th of May. And he's been pretty consistent ever since he broke his maiden. He's only been beaten a length and a half in his defeats outside of a second place finish, beaten just the neck. So he always is right there. I'll take a opportunity to play him at 9-1 in this very competitive second level allowance condition. Moving on to my second selection, just to the outside of him in the starting gate will be Kamori Bino Amoide. Sorry, Kurt. The number 11 horse is the Japanese-bred son of California Chrome, who's won 3 times this year. He comes out of tough company, ran in the Charlestown Classic, and at 20-1 finished third behind Skippy Longstocking, and was third in the West Virginia Governor's Cup 2 starts ago. He's been steady in his recent starts. He's had a good 2024 campaign, but this is a tough race. I mean, this is not discounting the Charlestown Classic form, but some horses are simply better around the bull ring, and he was an outsider that day, finishing third in that field of 10 with that forward position. So from the outside, he's going to have to try to establish a good spot going into the first turn as well, and we could easily see the 10 and the 11 horse hooking up early on in this race. So colt by California Chrome, owned by Perry Martin, who bred this horse, and of course campaigned California Chrome. Good luck to those connections. He's 2-1 on the board right now, coming out of multiple graded stakes tries recently, and now stepping down into this second level allowance condition. And then the number 5 horse, that is Parchment Party. He's 5-2 on the board right now. Hasn't been seen in 11 months, but he was very good in the 2 starts that we've seen him run thus far for Pin Oak Stud. Debut winner at Churchill Downs September of last year. Followed that up with a win in November at Churchill Downs, coming from way out of it. And now shows up here for his first start at the age of 3. Just worried about the short stretch for him, because if he needs to get wound up and get moving and come from off the pace like we've seen from him, that finish line may come up quick. But there's no doubt this colt has talent, and he gets Lasix for the first time here this afternoon. 5-2 on the board right now with Junior Alvarado in the saddle. Parchment Party, the number 5 horse. Looking forward to this 9th race. Current favorite is still the 10. The 5 sits at 5-2, and then you go up to odds of 6-1 for your third choice with the number 6 horse. That is Macman for Matt Shire. Competitive race. Good luck. They're coming out for the post parade less than 9 minutes before the start of the late double here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the Mill Ridge, an allowance-optional claiming race for a price of $80,000, 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1, Bourbon Resolve, also scratch number 3, Seeking Unity. Scratch the 4, King Kumbale, and scratch number 8, River in Egypt. The jockey for the 7, Ben Franklin, will be Julien Leperoux. 13, Creative Minister, draws into the race, jockey as programmed. Post time at 5 minutes.
There are some pretty horses here in this 9th event, and McMahon looks outstanding. The number 6 horse, who's 6-1 on the board right now. This is the colt that we talked about briefly for Matt Shire, TC Stable and Hickory Stables. And coming off of that race at Churchill Downs, good second that day, beaten only a neck. And he was an outside price that day as far as 55-1 was concerned in his final odds. But he looks wonderful out there. Really like the way that this horse looks. He just came out with confidence. Just certainly a lot of professionalism with this 4-year-old colt. I'm really impressed by what I'm seeing from McMahon, who is live on the board at odds of 6-1, part of the third tier as far as the wagering is concerned in this 9th event. The number 13 to the outside, that is Creative Minister. He draws into this race for Fern Circle Stables and Back Racing and Kenny McPeak. He's got course form here at Keeneland. He was able to run well going 1 mile and a 16th back in October of last year and actually had the lead and just got beat prior to the wire, finishing 4th that day, only beaten a half of a length. So Brian Hernandez knows how to ride this horse well here at Keeneland Racecourse. Don't ignore that race and the race in which he was defeated on the 14th of October here last year. And he is not being ignored. He's 5-1 on the board right now, but this outside draw is going to make it a difficult situation for these connections and for this horse to pull off this win. The number 2 horse, Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, going to Elusive Target. He is currently sitting at 11-1 for trainer Mike Maker, son of Gunrunner, who was claimed last time out for $80,000. And a reclaim, that's a popular angle when you can find connections and connections that claim a lot of horses and do a lot of good when claiming horses. The fact that Mike Maker went back and got this horse for more than what they lost him for in the same connections as well, same ownership group. So a positive sign on Elusive Target. We'll see how he fares with this inside draw and what kind of position he gets with horses expected from the outside to try to battle for position and be near the lead here in race number 9. 2 minutes to post before the start of the late double at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, the Mill Ridge. Moving into line, race 9. Kamori Bino Amoide goes into the gate. Ben Franklin comes forward along with Surface to Air. Creative Minister, the last one, going in. First wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Elusive Target with MacMan, and MacMan a step quicker, and here's Baton Rouge moving up, and Kamori Bino Amoide, who's up on the far outside as they head down into the first turn. Baton Rouge, outward from the rail, will have the early lead. Baton Rouge leads it. MacMan is second down toward the inside, saves some ground around the turn. Kamori Bino Amoide is third, now taking second by a neck on the outside. Elusive Target settles back into fourth, then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Parchment Party, who's tucked away just to the inside, and then Ben Franklin up on the outside. That pair followed by Surface to Air, Creative Minister, and Bartulia, whose last 23.5 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Baton Rouge, the leader. Baton Rouge leads it by almost a full length. Kamori Bino Amoide second up on the outside by just a half length. And then MacMan third, 3/4 of a length. Elusive Target takes to the outside in the fourth position, midpoint of the backstretch. Parchment Party, Ben Franklin, Surface to Air, Creative Minister, and a gap of 7 more lengths back. Bartulia is last, 47.65 seconds for the first half mile. Baton Rouge, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Kamori Bino Amoide is second on the outside, has been there since the start. MacMan is third. Surface to Air is fourth on the outside, within 3 lengths of the lead. Will have to go wide, though, as they approach the quarter pole and move past it. Baton Rouge has a narrow lead. It's just a half length. Kamori Bino Amoide is there. Surface to Air joins that pair and sweeps up on the far outside at the top of the short stretch. Surface to Air just keeps on running, moves by for the lead. MacMan had to change lanes to the far outside from fourth, tries to close ground, then Creative Minister in fifth and Parchment Party, but Surface to Air has the lead. MacMan is now going towards second. Here's the wire, though. Surface to Air, Fernando Jara to win it. MacMan was second, Creative Minister third, close for fourth.
Surface to air, he knows something about springing upsets. That is the third time here this season that he has sprung double-digit upsets. Did so in New York at 10, and then 20-1, goes off at odds of 24-1, making progress around the turn and getting there easily under Fernando Jara for Premier Stable, son of midshipman, fourth win in 2024, and his second career victory right here at Keeneland.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race: number 12, Surface to Air, finished first. Number 6, Macman, second. Number 13, Creative Minister, third. And number 10, Baton Rouge, fourth. 12-6, 13-10, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the Mill Ridge, the unofficial winner, number 12, Surface to Air, owned by the Premier Stable of Brian Scheida, trained by Paniotis Sinafius. Fernando Jara, the jockey. Surface to Air, 4-year-old son of midshipman out of Shimazan by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Silverton Hill LLC. 1 minute 44.14 seconds for the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Race 9, results official. 12-6, 13-10, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mill Ridge Trophy presentation to the connections of Surface to Air. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Turf is firm, rail at 10 feet. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $19,913. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for the 11 Lovely Regalo, Edgar Morales. 11 Lovely Regalo, the jockey Edgar Morales.
Time for the Toyota Super High Five event. Over $19,000 carrying over the last couple of days into the Saturday nightcap. And we'll close out the Saturday card with a not more than a 2 lifetime allowance race for 2-year-olds on the turf course. 1 mile is the distance for these freshman runners. And Currahee on the outside is where I land on top for Brittany Russell. A gelding by War of Will, who's going to go 2 turns for the first time in his career. Broke his maiden in his first start on turf at Colonial back in July, and then followed it up with a 4th place finish in the Rosie Stakes at Colonial, in which Governor Sam was able to win before winning here at Keeneland and Stakes Company in the Indian Summer, and this horse found himself in a bit of trouble in that race as well. So with this pedigree, going out to 2 turns, and the solid form that he comes into this race with, I would say that the son of War of Will, who's a Grade 1 winner on this turf course during his racing career, certainly has every right to take a move forward under Luis Saez. We'll see what Luis does with him in the early stages of the race with the outside post. But at 7-1, I'll take a play with this runner in the nightcap at that kind of a price. The number 4 horse is my second choice. That is Cole Battle for Lonnie Briley. He was 4th, this son of Cole Front, coming from way out of it at Kentucky Downs. The pace was ultra fast. He was closing that day. Hopefully he can get a little bit better position here this afternoon under Corey Lanner. He's 8-1 right now, getting some attention as he was beaten by Tiz Tastic in that stakes race, and it comes out of a common race with the 5 horse, the favorite in Blue Coast for Brendan Walsh, and he was 3rd that day. So take a look at Cole Battle. Shouldn't say common race, was beaten by a common horse in Tiz Tastic, who was a 2-time winner at Kentucky Downs earlier this summer in the span of just a couple of days. But bottom line, Cole Battle getting attention. I think he's got every right to take a step forward, dipping down in class here this afternoon with the progress that he made over the course of that mile run at Kentucky Downs. And then the Brigade, another son of War of Will for Gary Barber and Pantafel Stable. This is a gelding that won in his first start on the turf at Colonial. He was debuted going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. He was played heavily that day, was the favorite in his first 2 starts, and then stepping up into the $1 million company of the Juvenile Mile at Kentucky Downs, finished 5th from an inside draw, just simply outrun in a wickedly fast pace. So look, imagine he's got every right to improve off of that run here this afternoon. He's 8-1 on the board as it stands right now. Very competitive race. Talk more about these 2-year-olds when they head over trackside. But again, don't forget about the $1 Toyota Super High Five with close to $20,000 carrying into this pool. Participate in less than 15 minutes in the nightcap here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Matahari allowance for 2-year-olds at 1 mile over the firm turf rail at 10 feet. $19,913 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, the jockey for 11, Lovely Regalo, Edgar Morales. 11, Lovely Regalo, the jockey, Edgar Morales. 6 minutes to post. The winner of the Dixiana Best Turned Out Award for the 10th race, Pablo Torres, the groom for number 12, Currahee. Pablo, congratulations.
Here's a look at the one who's now the favorite. That's Poster in the Godolphin Blue for Owen Hardy, who had a winner yesterday with an impressive run from a filly. This time looking to get a colt home here and go 2 for 2 with this son of Munnings out of the tap at First Dam in pinup. He held good position from post 1. He's no stranger to being down on the inside of horses, so that certainly works into his advantage, having that experience from post position number 1. Good looker, Chestnut son of Munnings in the Godolphin Blue, looking to go 2 for 2 with the late action coming in. He's gone between 2-1 and 5-2 since they called for riders up here for race number 10. The number 3 horse, Boy Boy, 16-1, an overlay from 8-1 on the morning line. He was a nice winner in his second career start at Kentucky Downs. Debuted, just got shuffled back at a huge number in that debut effort at the beginning of August at Ellis Park. But he really bounced out of that effort and was much better leaving the starting gate, got a cleaner break, And Son of Caravaggio does not look bad either here in that big white shadow roll. We'll see if he can make an upset or provide an upset here at 17-1 under Brian Hernandez Jr. for trainer Ben Colebrook. But a wonderful way to close things out. Don't forget, Super High Five, Toyota Super High Five, $19,000 carryover. Clearly the pool well above the $19,000 carryover as we're less than 3 minutes away from the nightcap on this brilliant Saturday at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Matahari. Moving into line, race 10. Strumman comes forward along with Boy Boy. Towner 2 goes in. Here's Cole Battle and also Lovely Regalo. Blue Coast approaches the starting gate. The Brigade goes in. Currahee will be the last one, coming forward now. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Poster from the inside. Poster shows for the early lead, but here's Lovely Regalo out in the center of the course. Enter to Dragon has some early speed here as well in this battle for early position into the first turn. Enter to Dragon, a lane off the rail, has the lead. Poster second. Lovely Regalo now takes second up on the outside. Currahee is in fourth, one lane off the rail around the first turn. Boy Boy fifth back toward the inside. Cole Battle is in sixth position. Soleil Volant seventh. Classic Example eighth on the outside. Blue Coast is in ninth. Towner 2 is 10th. Strumman 11th. The Brigade is last of the 12. The opening quarter 22.64 seconds. Enter Enter the Dragon, the leader. Enter the Dragon on top by 2 lengths. Up the backstretch, Lovely Regalo second, 1.5 lengths. Poster against the rail, third, 1/2 length. Currahee fourth up on the outside. Then Boy Boy. Cold Battle on the outside of that one, 7 lengths off the lead. Soleil Volant, Classic Example come next. They're followed by Blue Coast, Towner 2, the Brigade. Strumman is last, first half mile, 47.84 seconds. Enter the Dragon still leads it, and leads it by 1.5 lengths midway on the far turn. Lovely Regalo second toward the outside. Poster third against the rail, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Currahee fourth on the outside as they turn for home. Still 5 from the front, then Boy Boy and Cold Battle. Top of the lane, Enter the Dragon with Poster moving up the inside into the second position. Lovely Regalo and Currahee. Currahee comes from the outside to try to chase down Enter the Dragon. Poster now kicks in from between that pair. Here's Poster to take the lead. A deep stretch for Rafael Bejarano. It is Poster, and Poster wins it. Currahee up for second.
He sat in a perfect spot. Poster, the son of Munnings for Godolphin, tracked off the pace, used that inside post to his advantage, and the 8 starting to come back to him, and he's given Rafael Bejarano a response, and he kicks on. Currahee was trying to get to him, but could not. It's Poster in the nightcap as the favorite.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 1, Poster first. 12, Currahee second. 8, Enter the Dragon third. 3, Boy Boy fourth. 2, Soleil Volant fifth. 1:12.832 unofficial. Race 10 results official. 1:12.832, the official results. Moving into the winner's circle, the official winner of Keeneland's 10th race, the Mata Hari, number 1 Poster. Owned and bred in Kentucky by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Owen Hardy, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Poster, a 2-year-old son of Munnings, out of Pinup by Tappet. 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 36.35 seconds. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card. Live racing resumes here 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Trophy presentation upcoming. And in the winner's circle, Robert Tillier, representing Dixiana, makes the presentation for the Mata Hari to the connections of Poster. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.